Section 13 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Negro and the Law, Part 1. The colored race, like the white race, like every race, has its criminals. It has many of them. Some people think and say that it has more than its share in proportion to the other part of the population. This may be true or it may not be true. To discuss a matter of this kind intelligently and fairly, attention must be given to the conditions and environments of the class from which the criminals come. It is not to be disputed that while the web of the law catches here and there a member from the higher or more prosperous element of the social body, it most frequently drags in criminals from the less fortunate, poor, laboring classes. The record of the police and other courts day by day, which shows scores of the latter to one of the former. Among the Southern whites, the preponderating element consists of the higher or more prosperous class. A man who can command good wages and steady employment, even though he is obliged to work for a living, should be properly classed among the higher or more prosperous element of the community. The large majority of the whites belong to this class. On the other hand, the man who must take the most menial places and receives small pay, at times hardly more than enough to keep soul and body together, or must depend on odd jobs and finds them unremunerative and scarce as a rule, belongs to the less fortunate, poor, or common laboring class. The great majority of the colored people belong to this class. It is true, however, that many thousands of colored people are engaged in business pursuits, and to such an extent that there is not a field of business in which they are not engaged, and many have achieved remarkable success, some having even gained a competency. Scores of thousands are the owners of their own homes and farms, and may be justly rated as prosperous. Many occupy commanding places in the professions law, medicine, theology, dentistry, and pharmacy. Some 30,000 of them are teachers in the public schools and institutions of higher learning. Thousands are also in the employment of the national government, from the Register of the Treasury of the United States and other important federal offices down through the various grades of clerkships to the scrub women. Some thousands are in the Army and Navy. Indeed, there is not a walk or calling in American life in which the Negro has not forged ahead and won success, but nevertheless it would be unreasonable to suppose that in the brief 40 years of struggle in the rise from abject, demoralizing slavery, in the face of tremendous odds and difficulties, the proportion of Negroes commanding first-rate positions and receiving remunerative wages would be as great as among the whites with their long line of free ancestry. The general progress of the American Negro has not only been commensurate with its opportunities, but to many it has been one of the wonders of the age. Nevertheless, it must be admitted that the great body of the colored people belong to the less fortunate, the poor or ordinary laboring class. Their very condition, the entailment of slavery, bears heavily upon them. Their lack of means and the denial of remunerative employment and a fair chance for advancement handicaps them enormously in the race of life, and their environments are a serious detriment to them, living as they do under degradingly oppressive laws and among a people hostile to the recognition of their manhood and citizenship. Inasmuch as the great majority of the whites are included in the more fortunate element of the community, and the larger body of the colored people, through no fault of their own, but because of the greed, avarice, and oppressions of the whites, constitute the less fortunate class, it is obviously unfair and unreasonable to judge the Southern Negroes without regard to their opportunities, relations, and surroundings. The many and disheartening disadvantages under which they labor materially affect the question of crime among them. If, then, the total number of colored criminals, waiving for the time being the blighting and deadly effects of the operation of race prejudice, should be compared with the total number of criminals who come not from the whole white race, but from that portion of it nearest to the colored people, in opportunities and circumstances, and which constitutes the ordinary laboring class of the whites, it may or may not be shown that the colored people have more than their proportional share of criminals. But be this as it may, there are forces, manifold forces, irresistible and deadly forces, such as no white man ever feels, no matter how ignorant, depraved, or even dirty he may be, that are brought to bear day by day upon every member of the colored race, and which are productive of criminality. Satan could hardly devise a scheme better arranged for manufacturing criminals in the largest numbers and with the greatest expedition and thoroughness than the policy and methods adopted towards the Negro by the reactionists who at present are supported by the dominant elements of the white people of the South. The colored people are equal citizens. They are co-partners in the government. They are a material factor in its support and defense. They are peaceful and law-abiding. When therefore a widespread reign of terror, violence, and bloodshedding is inaugurated to accomplish their abasement and degradation, when they are stripped of the protection of the law, their manhood is trampled in the dust, and they are made the victims of open, unremitting, and flagrant persecutions by a religious people, conditions exist which inevitably tend to the multiplication of criminals and the increase of crime. The whites thus place themselves above the law and force the colored people below it. Two immediate results follow. First, the whites, regarding themselves as above the law, will hold it in contempt and will be a law unto themselves, recognizing and being controlled by no law save their own unrestrained passions in dealing with the colored man. They will feel free to treat him according to their whims, whether good or evil. In the second place, it depresses the colored man. It blunts his moral perceptions. It confuses his moral conceptions. It deadens his sense of security under the law. It chills in his heart respect for the law and his faith in the honesty of the whites. His faith in the justice of the courts is undermined. He is enveloped in an atmosphere of doubt, distrust, despair, or desperation. Many of the weaker-minded among the Negroes are driven into crime. Some of the stronger-minded are perverted. Is it not plain that when the idle, thriftless, or weaker-minded Negro, or the one criminally bent, sees the white people treat with scorn, contempt, and even violence the legitimate aspirations and ambitions of the Negro of probity, substance, and intelligence, and refuse him the consideration due, an honest man and good citizen, simply because of the color of his skin, he should naturally conclude that these things are of little or no value, that being a good Negro is of no moment, and that the bad one is just as well off as a good one. The white people of the South are the only people in the history of the world, aside from the Boer republics of South Africa, which a just and avenging God has removed from the face of the earth, after exacting a terrible and bloody atonement, who with deliberation and premeditation have sought to prevent a people as free as themselves under the law of the land from making the most of their opportunities to advance in a Christian civilization. The Holy Scriptures say that out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall the truth be established. But any number of Southerners, men in the highest stations of life, may be put in the witness chair to testify against the South in the willful, deliberate, and violent persecution of the colored people. Mr. George W. Cable, formerly of Louisiana, and probably the foremost literary man that the South has produced since the War of the Rebellion, says there is scarcely one public relation of life in the South where the Negro is not arbitrarily and unlawfully compelled to hold toward the white man the attitude of an alien, a menial, and a probable reprobate by reason of his color, and that the white man spurns his ambition, tramples upon his languishing self-respect, and indignantly refuses to let him either buy with money or earn by excellence of inner life or outward behavior, the most momentary immunity from these public indignities, even for his wife and daughters. Steamboat landing, railway platform, theater, concert hall, art display, public library, public school, courthouse, church, everything flourish the hot branding iron of ignominious distinction. Mr. J. Temple Graves of Georgia says, the Negro, whom a million died to free, is in present bond and future promise still a slave. whipped by circumstances, trodden underfoot of iron, and ineradicable prejudice, shut out forever from the heritage of liberty, and holding in his black hand the hollow parchment of his franchise, as a free man looks through a slave's eyes at the impossible barriers which imprison him forever. Straighten the hair and whiten the skin of the Negro, and the issue is closed. Senator McHenry of Louisiana says the Negro is inferior in every essential of manhood. He ought not to aspire to office. He will be compelled to occupy an inferior and subject place. Mr. A. F. Thomas of Lynchburg, Virginia, in discussing the race question in a booklet written especially to influence the recent Constitutional Convention of Virginia, says, "The Negro has progressed wonderfully. His relative position is much nearer the white man's standard of civilization now than 30 years ago, yet the fact is apparent that the races are farther apart than they were the day the Negro was emancipated. The nearer the Negro approaches to the white man's standard of civilization, the less love there is between them. Looking backward to the time when our black mammies were, in our esteem, second only to our mothers, and when we played in perfect harmony with the Negro children, and contrasting it with the clearly defined relations that exist between the races today, we readily see the difference. A black man who has never committed a crime, who has always lived up to his highest ideals, who has cultivated his mind, whose moral character is roundly developed, who has been frugal and industrious and has accumulated wealth, goes to a soda fountain to slake his thirst. He offers in exchange his money, but is refused for no other reason than that he is black and belongs to a different race. A man in the land of his nativity with the money to pay for the goods cannot, on account of race, buy the articles that are publicly offered for sale. This condition exists today, 30 years after the United States Constitution had proclaimed the civil and political equality of all of its citizens. If we take the view that the Negro will remain here indefinitely, then the only solution consistent with existence is entire subordination. If this be true, it is the greatest folly to educate him further than education may make him more efficient in the sphere which he must occupy. Viewed from this standpoint, he should be educated not with a purpose of lifting him to a higher plane, but to increase his power to do those things which would make him most useful to his masters. It should be an education of the hand rather than the head. This condition, however much freedom the race might nominally have, would be practically a mild form of slavery. Thus, Mr. Thomas admits that the Southern leaders are aiming at the establishment of a mild form of slavery. But the old system of slavery began as a comparatively mild condition and gradually descended into the grossest form and almost wrecked the Republic. A new mild form of slavery would degenerate into even greater cruelties and inhumanities, and its inauguration would mark the beginning of the end of Republican government. It would be the death knell of free institutions. At a recent meeting of the State Medical Association of Georgia, one of its members, Dr. E. C. Ferguson, read a paper intended to demonstrate that the Negro is not a human being. He attacked the Negro's skin, mouth, lips, chin, hair, nose, nostril, ears, and navel, and compared him with the horse, cow, and dog, and other animals. He declared that the Negro is monkey-like, has no sympathy for his fellow man, has no regard for the truth, and when the truth would answer his purpose the best, he will lie. He is without gratitude or appreciation of anything done for him, is a natural-born thief, will steal anything, no matter how worthless. He has no morals. Turpitude is his ideal of all that pertains to life. His progeny are not provided for at home, and are allowed to roam at large without restraint, and seek subsistence as best they can, growing up like any animal. Some of the things that Dr. Ferguson said in his address are really not fit to print, and yet a body of scientific men, Southern gentlemen, listened with approval and heartily applauded this foul assault on a people who nursed with the tenderest affection and all of a mother's love their fathers and grandfathers, mothers and grandmothers, and themselves, and whose devotion, fidelity, and kind-heartedness were never challenged in 250 years of service. If Dr. Ferguson had a sense of humor, he would realize that his sweeping and unqualified statement makes him not only a dangerous competitor with the ablest Negro in the art of fabrication, but marks him as a man who may eclipse the cleverest Negro who will lie even when the truth would answer his purpose the best. The Reverend Thomas Dixon, Jr. of North Carolina, speaking at a church in Baltimore, said, "My deliberate opinion of the Negro is that he is not worth hell room. If I were the devil, I would not let him in hell." This same divine, in a book that he published, says, "The more you educate, the more impossible you make his position in a democracy. Education, can you change the color of his skin, the kink of his hair, the bulge of his lips, the spread of his nose, or the beat of his heart with a spelling book? The Negro is a human donkey. You can train him, but you can't make him a horse. Mate him with horse, you lose the horse and get a larger donkey called a mule, incapable of preserving his species. The moral obliquity, the want of charity, the absence of dignity indicated by these words mark off their author as seriously beneath the standards of thousands of educated colored men whose life, words, and conduct shame these critics into insignificance." The Reverend Henry Frank advocates the reestablishment of slavery, and further says of the Negro, his native sluggishness, and the evidence of his general extinction since his emancipation, his imperceptible improvement since liberation, his startling lapse into barbarism, all must incline thinking people to conclude that the freeing of the Negro was a disastrous failure. Senator Tillman of South Carolina, the mad mullah of American politics, has used on the floor of the United States Senate and on the lecture platform these expressions: "Yes, we have stuffed ballot boxes, and we'll stuff them again. We have cheated niggers in elections, and we'll cheat them again. We have disfranchised niggers, and we'll disfranchise all we want to. We have killed and lynched niggers, and we'll kill and lynch others. We have burned niggers at the stake, and we'll burn others. A nigger has no right to live anyhow, unless a white man wants him to live. If you don't like it, you can lump it." Cruel and scurrilous attacks and defamations of this character against the colored people could be quoted in sufficient quantities to fill a volume, but those just mentioned, taken in connection with others recorded in these pages, may serve to indicate the fierce and consuming flames of persecution in the midst of which the colored man lives and moves and has his being. A people so vilely abused and outrageously persecuted are made an easy mark for malevolence and race hatred. Unrestrained abuse of the colored man leads surely to unrestrained oppression and violence, and these are not conditions which inspire a high morality or favor the upbuilding of character. They rather tend to strangle the self-respect and debase the souls of the hapless victims and shape many of them into criminals. The whites cannot sow to the wind without reaping the whirlwind. As might be expected, illustrations in the concrete of the operation of this bitter persecution abound on every hand. Laws are enacted and enforced in the spirit of persecution, and the colored people are the victims of such laws. Often they are condemned without even the form or semblance of law. Regarding the latter, planters have combined or conspired in defiance of the law to arrest under false charges the number of colored men needed for service, hold mock trials, one of the conspirators acting as judge, condemn and sentence the helpless creatures to penal servitude, and then divide the laborers among themselves, put them in chains, and work them for long periods of time on their plantations. And this crime is committed against liberty and humanity, rather than pay the small wages which agricultural laborers command in the South. And as to the former, it would be difficult to find more striking examples of man's inhumanity to man than some of the crimes committed in the name and under the forms of law on the colored people. In Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, Louisiana, and some of the other states, labor and contract laws are deliberately framed with a view of facilitating the seizure of colored men and selling them into practical slavery. In a speech recently made in Congress touching this matter, Mr. Edgar D. Crumpacker of Indiana said, "Under existing conditions, the standard of living among the colored people of the South is low, and the rate of wages is on the same basis. The colored laborer is completely at the mercy of the employer. In the state of South Carolina today, there is a qualified condition of industrial serfdom. Farm laborers are compelled by the penal laws of the state to carry out their contracts of employment, however unjust and unfair they may be. They must perform all the labor reasonably required of them by the contract or go to jail. If anyone knowingly shall employ a laborer in any kind of service who is under contract to labor for another, he too is liable to fine and imprisonment, even though the workman or his family may be on the verge of starvation. Under these laws, the great mass of the colored laborers are placed in the merciless grasp of the planters, who can readily force them to accept any form of contract whatsoever. Some of the planters, under a carefully devised system of paying the laborers off in plantation scrips or checks which are heavily discounted mediums, or by compelling the laborers to buy their supplies at the plantation store where exorbitant rates are charged, or by padding the accounts of the laborers, manage to bring them out in debt at the close of each year. And this system is carried on year after year, and the colored man never gets ahead, and so cannot leave his plantation prison pen. The planter holds the laborer in debt as long as it suits his convenience to do so. The laborer has no relief in the law of the state. Such hardships drive many colored people from the plantations to the cities. In the name of the law, colored men may also be arrested for debt and sold at public auction into servitude, and those laborers are compelled to work without pay, while their families are exposed to want and made to suffer, the wages which they ought to receive being divided between the planters and the magistrates. The following press dispatch throws some light on this matter. The federal grand jury at Montgomery is expected to return indictments against 10 prominent slaveholders tomorrow. They will be charged with the almost forgotten crime of peonage. Robert M. Franklin is already under indictment on the charge of keeping a Negro in servitude for a year. The system was called to the attention of the Department of Justice a month ago, and Chief Wilkie sent Captain Dickey to Montgomery to investigate. His reports indicate collusion between magistrates and plantation owners who wanted cheap help. The plan is for a Negro to be brought before the magistrate on charges on which he is heavily fined. Some white man offers to pay his fine and save him from jail if he will agree to work for him until his wages reach the amount of the fine. The Negroes, it is alleged, are herded together and treated like convicts. When they protest, so it is charged, they are whipped and beaten until they are cowed, and when they run away, they are chased with dogs, and in case of recapture, compelled to work in chains. They are constantly under the eyes of armed guards and are driven to the limit of human endurance. They are fed only enough to keep them alive. As a further illustration of the operations of this system, the following press dispatch will prove of interest. The evidence in the case of Samuel W. Tyson in the federal court, which ended yesterday, makes it plain that slavery still exists in the United States. Tyson was ordered to pay $1,000 fine, but he handed over only $150, and the remainder was suspended by the sympathetic judge. Tyson runs a lumber mill in Coffee County. There were 3 cases against him. He was charged with holding Will Brown, Will Thornton, and Nick Anderson, all Negroes, in peonage. Anderson was fined $5 for assault and battery. E.L. Warren, a white man, confessed judgment for Anderson. He sold Anderson to a white man named Crumpler for $60, who in turn swapped him to Tyson for a Negro, Jerry Stovall, and a money consideration. The case of Brown was that Brown borrowed $1 from H.P. Crumpler and failed to pay it back. He was arrested, put in jail, handcuffed, and sold to Tyson for $96.50. Tyson later sold Brown to George Stevens for $36.50. Thornton owed C.D. Clemens some money that he could not pay. Clemens got him and sold him to Tyson, who worked him under guard for 3 months. And again, other press dispatches, which are fully sustained by the best authority, reveal with circumstantial detail the criminal practices of planters who, with the connivance of the magistrates, imprison both colored men and women on their plantations and rob them of the fruits of their labor. The Department of Justice is preparing to take up again the subject of peonage in the South. Additional reports have been received indicating that Negroes are held in servitude. Assistant Attorney General Purdy has issued instructions to the United States Attorney for the Western District of Louisiana to investigate a number of alleged cases of peonage on plantations near Monroe, Ouachita Parish, and other points in that vicinity. Information regarding these cases came to the department from Judge McDaniel, assistant attorney for the Southern District of Texas, to whom complaints had been made by relatives of a number of Negroes alleged to have been illegally held. Some of the stories told are sensational in the extreme. In addition to the charges made by Negroes, the Texas officials have forwarded the statement of a white man living in Houston who has made several trips through northern Louisiana recently and who says that many colored people of both sexes are being illegally restrained of their liberty in that region. A feature of the affair which makes it of unusual interest is the intimation that some of the peace officers are in collusion with those who are alleged to be holding the Negroes. One man who claimed that he had escaped from a plantation south of Shreveport asked Judge McDaniel's assistance in securing the release of his brother, who was still detained there. This person asserted that whenever Negroes who tried to escape were caught, they were soundly beaten and taken back. If they succeeded in getting as far as Shreveport, he said, they were taken in charge by the officers and immediately returned. The owner of the plantation lived in Shreveport, he claimed, and the officers worked in collusion with him. Not long ago, A.D. Crenshaw, a Negro who lives at Ledbetter, Texas, showed Judge McDaniel and Marshal Hanson a letter from his brother, who it was alleged was held in bondage near Monroe. This communication told of awful conditions among the Negroes there. Crenshaw gave Marshal Hanson a sum of money which Hanson forwarded to the Marshal of the Western District of Louisiana with instruction that it be given to Crenshaw's brother. Later, the money order was returned by a man who said he was the deputy marshal and was acting in the place of the marshal who had died, but that he could do nothing in the premises since the order was not payable to him. The necessary change was made and the order sent on again. Considerable time has elapsed and nothing has been heard of it. A Negro named Johnson, whose character has been vouched for by white people who knew him in Texas, has also written to Houston claiming that he and his wife are being held in bondage and are refraining from attempting to escape because they fear they will be recaptured and beaten or killed. All such letters have been sent out surreptitiously, the writers being afraid to forward them through the regular channels. Judge McDaniel expresses the opinion that hundreds of Negroes are being held in the region indicated. The Independent of New York City, a leading family journal, commissioned one of its representatives to examine into this new form of slavery in the South, and it spreads before its readers in a recent issue a typical case of a colored man held in slavery for 13 years. The narrative is harrowing indeed, and the saddest reflection is that it is only one of many thousands that may be chronicled in the same state in which this occurred. An additional feature is that a state senator, a maker of the laws, was the owner of the slave camp, and thus the oppressor of those who were equal citizens, subjecting them, men and women, to the most humiliating treatment, and filching from them all the fruits of their hard and exacting toil. The experiences and observation of this colored man, who was held in bondage and treated as a slave for that length of time, as told by himself, are in part as follows. The senator had brought an additional 1,000 acres of land, and to his already large cotton plantation he added 2 great big sawmills and went into the lumber business. Within 2 years the senator had in all nearly 200 Negroes working on his plantation. 2 or 3 years before, or about a year and a half after the senator had started his camp, he had established a large store, which was called the commissary. All of us free laborers were compelled to buy our supplies, food, clothing, etc., from that store. We never used any money in our dealings with the commissary, only tickets or orders, and we had a general settlement once each year in October. In this store we were charged all sorts of high prices for goods because every year we would come out in debt to our employer. If not that, we seldom had more than $5 or $10 coming to us, and that for a whole year's work. Well, at the close of the 10th year, when we kicked and meant to leave the senator, he said to some of us with a smile, and I never will forget that smile. I can see it now. Boys, I'm sorry you're going to leave me. I hope you will do well in your new places, so well that you will be able to pay me the little balances which most of you owe me. Word was sent out for all of us to meet him at the commissary at 2 o'clock. There he told us that after we had signed what he called a written acknowledgment of our debts, we might go and look for new places. The storekeeper took us one by one and read to us statements of our accounts. According to the books, there was no man of us who owed the senator less than $100. Some of us were put down for as much as $200. I owed $165, according to the bookkeeper. No one of us would have dared to dispute a white man's word. Oh no, we were after getting away, and we had been told that we might go if we signed the acknowledgments. We would have signed anything just to get away, so we stepped up, we did, and made our marks. That same night we were rounded up by a constable and 10 or 12 white men who aided him, and were locked up, every one of us, in one of the senator's stockades. The next morning it was explained to us by the 2 guards appointed to watch us that in the papers we had signed the day before, we had not only made acknowledgment of our indebtedness, but that we had also agreed to work for the senator until the debts were paid by hard labor, and from that day forward we were treated just like convicts. Really, we had made ourselves lifetime slaves, or peons, as the laws called us, but call it slavery, peonage, or whatnot. The truth is we lived in a hell on earth what time we spent in the senator's peon camp. My wife fared better than I did, as did the wives of some of the other Negroes, because the white men about the camp used these unfortunate creatures as their mistresses. When I was first put in the stockade, my wife was still kept for a while in the big house, but my little boy, who was only 9 years old, was given away to a Negro family across the river in South Carolina, and I never saw or heard of him after that. When I left the camp, my wife had had 2 children for one of the white bosses, and she was living in fairly good shape in a little house off to herself. But the poor Negro women who were not in the class with my wife fared almost as bad as the helpless Negro men. Most of the time the women who were peons or convicts were compelled to wear men's clothes. Sometimes when I have seen them dressed like men and plowing or hoeing or hauling logs or working at the blacksmith's trade just the same as men, my heart would bleed and my blood would boil, but I was powerless to raise a hand. It would have meant death on the spot to have said a word. Of the first 6 women brought to the camp, 2 of them gave birth to children after they had been there not more than 12 months, and the babies had white men for their fathers. The stockades in which we slept were, I believe, the filthiest places in the world. They were cesspools of nastiness. During the 13 years that I was there, I'm willing to swear that a mattress was never moved after it had been brought there, except to turn it over once or twice a month. No sheets were used, only dark-colored blankets. Most of the men slept every night in the clothing that they had worked in all day. Some of the worst characters were made to sleep in chains. The doors were locked and barred each night, and tallow candles were the only lights allowed. Really, the stockades were but little more than cow lots, horse stables, or hog pens. Strange to say, not a great number of these people died while I was there, though a great many came away maimed and bruised, and in some cases disabled for life. It was a hard school, that peon camp was, but I learned more there in a few short months by contact with those poor fellows from the outside world than ever I had known before. Most of what I learned was evil, and I now know that I should have been better off without the knowledge, but much of what I learned was helpful to me. Barring 2 or 3 severe and brutal whippings which I received, I got along very well, all things considered, but the system is damnable. A favorite way of whipping a man was to strap him down to a log flat on his back and spank him 40 or 60 times on his bare feet and limbs with a shingle or a huge piece of plank. When the man would get up with sore and blistered feet and an aching body, if he could not then keep up with the other men at work, he would be strapped to the log again, this time face downward, and would be lashed with a buggy trace on his bare back. One of the usual ways to secure laborers for a large peonage camp is for the proprietor to send out an agent to the little courts in the towns and villages, and where a man charged with some petty offense has no friends or money, the agent will urge him to plead guilty with the understanding that the agent will pay his fine, and in that way save him from the disgrace of being sent to jail or the chain gang. For this high favor the man must sign beforehand a paper signifying his willingness to go to the farm and work out the amount of the fine imposed. When he reaches the farm he has to be fed and clothed, to be sure, and these things are charged up to his account. By the time he has worked out his first debt, another is hanging over his head, and so on, by a sort of endless chain, for an indefinite period. As in every case, the indebtedness is arbitrarily arranged by the employer. In many cases it is very evident that the court officials are in collusion with the proprietors or agents, and that they divide the graft among themselves. As an example of this dickering among the whites, every year many convicts were brought to the senator's camp from a certain county in South Georgia, way down in the Turpentine district. The majority of these men were charged with adultery. I've been here in the district since they released me, and I reckon I'll die either in a coal mine or an iron furnace. It don't make much difference which. Either is better than a Georgia peon camp, and a Georgia peon camp is hell itself. This unfortunate man also relates the cruel and revolting manner in which colored women were thrown across a barrel and brutally flogged. The New York World prints a picture of a stockade pen in South Carolina showing the hapless Negroes at work in convict garbs, surrounded by bloodhounds and guards, and after stating that the Negroes whom Abraham Lincoln emancipated, and whose emancipation a million men died to seal, are still held and treated as slaves, proceeds to give these details. Convict slaves are traded freely among the landowners. They are forced to labor for which they receive no pay. They are flogged, made to work when ill, made the victims of manhunts, and otherwise ill-used. Women are treated with similar cruelty. When the stock of convicts gives out, innocent Negroes, it is now proved, are railroaded into the penitentiary, and thence obtained by the men who become their masters. The system has continued for years in open defiance of law and humanity. These are facts now officially verified. The offenders are so well protected by money and influence that it is doubtful if they can be punished, or even that the practice can be stopped. If these proceedings are not at first clear, here are the details. William A. Neal of Anderson, who was superintendent of the state penitentiary and who was tried in court for being short in his accounts, was the first man to introduce the convict lease system in Anderson County. A stockade was built, and convicts from the penitentiary, which was overcrowded with criminals, were sent under guard to the place, it being arranged that the state was to receive a revenue. The plan worked splendidly for the planters. The expense was small, and the lash, freely administered, made the Negroes give the best of their efforts for the managers. At this time, plans were quietly put on foot to seize ignorant Negroes, have mock trials, and commit them to the stockades, where their labor could be had for the scant food offered and the expense of the convict garb and shackles. From the state stockade, relatives of the managers built private prisons on the big farms, and a ransom was paid for every Negro seized and sent in. It was the same system of shanghaiing, transferred from the sea to the farm. Recent developments have given an inside view into the operation of the prisons, and the discovery of the private stockades has shown a more terrible condition than was at first imagined. Not one of the freed slaves has dared to testify against the man who outrageously ill-used him. There are too many sharp eyes about, too many pistols, too many bloodhounds, and the unfortunate creatures were long since cowed out of every likeness to their manhood. More potent than any law on earth is the unreasoning fear which the brutal slave owners have succeeded in infusing into the very lifeblood of the creatures they have deprived of liberty. The death of Will Hall, a poor Negro who has been seized on a trumped-up charge and illegally committed to the stockade, led to the investigation. Hall protested against his incarceration, asked for a fair trial, and got a blow from a club. Then the Negro planned to escape, and at night, with the chain still binding his legs, he stole forth. But the guards had orders to watch him. As Hall was going away, a bullet from a 54 caliber rifle bored its way into his brain, and he fell dead. The most appalling of the abuses is that women were seized and made to work. They were whipped with cat-o'-nine tails because they failed to scrub and work when common humanity showed that they should have been in hospitals, and there was no protest. When sport got dull on the stockade plantations, the bloodhounds were called forth, and the speediest Negroes were unshackled. Sunday was the big day for sporting blood to boil, and this thirst could only be satisfied with a vicious manhunt. The Negroes were unshackled and sent running through the swamps and over the hills. There was no danger of making an effectual escape. 2 hours after the Negroes left the pen, the dogs were unleashed. Men on horseback were ready for the start, and with yelping and crying, the trail was followed and the manhunt was on. Once a Negro failed to reach safety in a tree, and he was mangled fearfully. The so-called contracts by which these Negroes were jailed gave the owners the right to sell or trade them as they saw fit. They were used and handled as convicts, when in fact they were free citizens, but laws are not a figure in these dens of iniquity. The men had to wear stripes, and they had to bear shackles. When night came and work had to stop, they were sent to the pens, locked in and guarded. Long before daylight they were called out, and with the first dawn they were toiling in the fields. When sickness made them unfit for work, they were whipped and lashed for trifling. Even the hot iron is said to have been used, and the grand jury is searching for the slaves who were branded like wild cattle. The World also says that the grand jury, by its verdict, accuses scores of wealthy South Carolinians of practices of atrocious villainy. The Chicago Tribune of recent date prints this press dispatch. A special to the Tribune from Savannah says that State Senator Foy of Egypt, Georgia, has been brought here under arrest by federal officers on a charge of holding Negroes in bondage. Foy is one of the wealthiest men in South Georgia and is a Democratic leader. He conducts several large turpentine farms near Egypt, and federal officers assert that he is holding many Negroes as slaves. The Negroes are confined at night in stockades and are worked in chains during the day. The gravity of the situation is emphasized in a recent event. The Honorable William H. Moody, Attorney General of the United States, in filing a brief with the Supreme Court of the United States in a peonage case recently brought before that high tribunal from Georgia, uses these startling words. Immediately upon the certification of this case to the Supreme Court, several of the district judges in the Fifth Circuit, in which numerous prosecutions for violations of this statute were pending, refused to try any of the cases and postponed the same to await the decision of the court in this case. It is therefore quite evident that the executive arm of the law, so far at least as the enforcement of this statute is concerned, is practically paralyzed, even in the most typical and flagrant cases. We think we may truthfully say that upon the decision of this case hangs the liberty of thousands of persons, mostly colored, it is true, who are now being held in a condition of involuntary servitude, in many cases worse than slavery itself, by the unlawful acts of individuals, not only in violation of the 13th Amendment of the Constitution, but in violation of the law which we have here under consideration. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Negro and the Law, Part 2. Thus it is shown that 40 years after the destruction of slavery, a new system of servitude is in operation, concerning which the Attorney General of the United States informs the Supreme Court of the United States that the executive arm of the government is paralyzed in dealing with it. If the Southern leaders are given a free hand for 50 or 100 years more, the fate of the colored man will be worse than in the blackest day of slavery. The legislature of Georgia a few years ago appointed a committee to investigate the operations of the penal system of the state. The committee reported a shocking state of affairs, both in chain gangs and in many convict stockades scattered over the state. It showed that colored men and women were poorly fed, worked to the limit of human endurance and beyond it, that the sick, forced to work, in some cases had died while at the task, that men were held for years after their sentences had expired because they were profitable workmen, that convicts were brutally flogged, in some cases whipped to death, that they were shot to death at times without justification, and that they were subject to many other inhumanities. But it appears that the condition of these unfortunate people has not been bettered. An official investigation of the penal system of Florida disclosed even greater abuses. In this state, it was shown that convicts were murdered because they dared to protest against being held after their sentences had expired, and any complaint meant floggings and probable death. The chain gangs in Atlanta, Georgia, reek with horrible inhumanities. In that city, colored girls of tender age, who were guilty of no other offense than that of sassing back at the missus, have been sent to the chain gang stockade. The lesson of abject submission must be enforced. In this stockade, colored men and women are brutally beaten on the slightest pretext. Another horrible feature of the terrible system is that colored women and girls are used for the purpose of training the bloodhounds. These unfortunates, in some cases, so poorly and lightly clad as to sicken the moral sense of the ordinary citizen, are summoned to quarters, and at the crack of the driver's whip they flee to the woods and must climb trees before the yelping bloodhounds can overtake them, or else their bodies will be fearfully mangled. This is oft repeated. A writer in the Springfield, Massachusetts Republican says, as one who has been in close contact with the social systems of the southern states and knows very well the workings of this penal system, particularly of Georgia, let me say to you that the system of criminal justice, or rather injustice, applied to the Negro, is but a system of the worst slavery in itself. It is justified in the minds of men by the seldom spoken yet, because silent, nevertheless potent, belief and conviction that the nigger ought to be a slave anyway. Slavery fostered and has bequeathed to the population of the South a cruelty and a crudity of criminal punishment foreign to the humane spirit of our age, and so outrageous is the system that it would long ago have been abolished if it were not for the fact that it is the Negro who suffers most by it. The penitentiaries or convict settlements, for there are no penitentiaries, are simply unspeakable, and the treatment of the convicts in the camps by lessees who pay the state $11 a year for an able-bodied man is such that an average of 3 years and 5 months of life in one of these camps is the record, while no man has ever been known to survive more than 17 years. A few of the many cases that came under my personal observation might be of general interest. I saw a boy, 12 years old, sent to one of these camps for larceny for a term of 3 years. There are no places for juvenile offenders, and it is not strange if their own chickens come home to roost in the shape of rape and theft and general cussedness by young criminals who have been schooled in these prisons. I saw a man who had served a term under a convict lease in a brick company's camp, and the condition of that man's hands from handling hot bricks and the condition of his back from stripes received were suggestive of the very limit, not only of human cruelty, but the limit of human endurance as well. I saw a man returned after a term of 4 years, and the sides of the fellow, his elbows, his shoulders, hips, and the side of his legs were hard and calloused from lying on his sides in the mine, where the opening was not allowed to be made sufficiently large for comfortable work, and where he told me he had often worked far into the night to sand up his stint before the bucket came down with the order to get in and come up, only to return at sunup in the morning. A mother, half white, with her daughter, lighter still, about 15 years old, came to me one day to inquire if any redress could be had against the convict authorities for the inhuman treatment of the girl while serving a year's sentence in the stockade for some trivial offense. She had been whipped unmercifully, as scars on her shoulders and upper back plainly showed, and as I was afterward told by the physician to whom I sent her for treatment, that she had a running sore on her lip caused by a cut made by a strap in the hands of the whipping boss. The whipping boss, be it known, is a legal functionary and an invariable and much overworked adjunct to every convict settlement. This job, for she was not more, and frail at that, was at the time I saw her, shortly after her release, 4 months pregnant by one of the guards, which one she did not know. The mother's grief was pitiful. There was nothing to be done. It is easy to surmise what the remedy would have been had the color of the skins of the respective parties been reversed. 2 stalwart fellows came with a friend one night to consult me about their situation. It was a sorry plight indeed. They had escaped from the chain gang after being unmercifully beaten. Both were so cut and bruised across the back that their shirts stuck in places to the open sores. They were desperate and frantic with fear lest they should be apprehended, and declared they would rather die than return to the camp. This friend, at a loss to know what to do for them, fearing to be seen in their company, brought them to me. I could do nothing for them, but advise them to get out of the country. They took the hint and started. The one least injured was overtaken by the bloodhounds next day and brought into court to be resentenced as an escape, which means under the law doubling his sentence. He was shot a few weeks later, as it was said, in an attempt to escape. The other I never heard from. This is no tale of 16th century barbarity, but of living, existing facts of our own day and in our own land. I can make no more telling comment on the Negro convict police system than to quote the language of one of Georgia's men who sees in it a blot upon our civilization and a disgrace to humanity. Dr. Felton, a few years ago, while a member of the Georgia legislature, said, if the fiends of hell had undertaken to devise a penal system, devilish, barbarous, and malignant, they could not have succeeded more fully than Georgia has succeeded in her system. And what is true of Georgia is also true of the whole South on this subject. Such a system is only possible where 2 centuries of slavery have blunted human hearts to all the finer instincts concerning the rights of the subject race. One is prone to believe with Samuel Clemens that while there are many humorous things, one of the most ludicrous is the fact that the white man thinks he is less savage than other savages. So the penal system in the South, which ought to be operated for the punishment or correction of criminals, is proved by the records of the United States Court and competent witnesses to be itself an organized system of crime, and is administered in many instances by criminal officials who are more deserving of punishment than the criminals in stripes. These records also show that the makers of the law, the magistrates of the law, and the sheriffs or guardians of the law are in many instances participes criminis in the breaking of the law and the violation of the liberty of citizens. After a colored man or woman has passed through the hands of such schoolmasters in such a school of crime, what hope is there for such a being? The state courts take no cognizance of these things. The white people have all the power necessary to blot out these terrible evils in a week. This must be conclusive if one would but consider what would be done if the case was reversed. Suppose that colored farmers were arresting white men and women on trumped-up charges and working them by day in chains and sleeping them in stockades and subjecting them to the same abuses which colored men and women are now compelled to endure. Would the whites submit to such conditions for 24 hours? If necessary to wipe out such crimes, would not Negro blood flow as free as water? These evils can be remedied, and that quickly, if there were a disposition to accomplish it. They are allowed to exist because they are tributary to the plans of the reactionists to depress the spirit of the colored people and aid in making them a subject race by closing the door of hope to them. The leaders are acting on the principle that every humiliation, oppression, or outrage inflicted on the colored people helps to undermine the morale of the race and make alienation and subjugation easier. There are illustrations in the concrete of other and more sanguinary persecutions of which the colored people are the helpless victims. These are riots and lynchings. The reactionists, through secret societies on the order of the Ku Klux Klan, are thoroughly organized. They can produce riots and lynchings as by clockwork. At Wilmington, North Carolina, after rioting and shooting down colored men on the streets for 3 days, the rioters were called off as suddenly as they had assembled. When the leaders pass the word for the rioters to act, they act. When they say stop, the rioters stop. If they decide that a lesson must be taught and Negroes must be lynched, lynching takes place. If they think that there is no particular need for lynching and the courts may act in a given case, the courts act. The white people can put down lynchings and curb riotings whenever and wherever they may make up their minds to do so. These lynchings and riots are a fearful strain on the nerves of the colored people. No one is safe when the mob starts out on its bloody work. Innocent people who had not even heard that a crime had been committed and who were not suspecting the existence of the mob and by mere chance came in within its sphere of operation have been done to death. The lynchings in Statesboro, Georgia on the 16th and 17th of August 1904 show order and method in the performance. They were directed by a leading mind. A murder had been committed. 2 Negroes were condemned to death. Others were under arrest and jail awaiting trial. The judge congratulates the community on its respect for law and order. All was quiet the night before. All is quiet in the morning. But suddenly the mob appears. The 2 Negroes convicted are seized and burned alive at the stake. There were guards on hand. They had guns, but no bullets, and so were brushed aside. The Negroes were taken from the courthouse, the temple of justice. The judge and others protested. But what does a Georgia mob care for judges, justice, or law? Members of the secret clans can get on the jury and save their fellows from the penalty of the law. The affair is described in part by the following press dispatch to the New York Sun. Men, as they passed on the street during the evening, looked at each other significantly, as men lately initiated into the same mysteries, but there was little said or heard in public. There was no effort of any sort made on the part of the mob at disguise. Everything was done in the broad, open daylight, without masks or other concealment. Men who represented the wealth and the worth of the town openly joined in the work of leading the mob. These were the ones who led the rush on the courthouse and up the stairs to the little room in which the prisoners were confined. The mob, with its victims closely hemmed in, then proceeded to the place of execution. Everything had been prepared. The stake was a light wood stump about 7 feet high. The Negroes were bound to this by a stout chain. At their feet, light wood knots were piled, and brushwood and splinters reached to their waists. This done, a man mounted the top of the stump, and can after can of kerosene were handed up to him. Probably 20 gallons were poured over them in liberal quantities, and they were ready for fire. Without a pause, these preparations had gone on. As they were finished, a man stepped forward and applied the match. The flames rose over the Negroes, and they uttered a simultaneous groan. Reed seemed to bear the torture with fortitude, and died quickly. Within 3 minutes he had ceased to utter sounds, and the only sign of life was the convulsive bending of the left arm at the elbow. This soon ceased, and he was burned to a crisp. Cato seemed to die harder. Long after the life had left Reed's body, he continued to utter cries and to writhe in the flames, which seemed to have less play at him than Reed. Finally, one of the mob leaned over and with a bludgeon smashed Cato's head open, and he seemed to give up the ghost. His body then turned and took a horizontal position in the fire and slowly burned to a crisp and then to ashes. After its work, the mob dispersed. The town was again quiet until the next day, when the mob suddenly renewed its work and lynched 3 more Negroes. A special dispatch to the New York World says, "Regulators are writing Bullock County. 1 unidentified Negro has been riddled with bullets, 2 others perhaps fatally shot, and everywhere Negroes are being unmercifully whipped by the bands." An absolute reign of terror exists throughout the country. A crowd passed the house of Albert Roberts, an old Negro living near Register, and fired a broadside into it. The old Negro, a thoroughly peaceful man, was mortally wounded, and his 17-year-old son, Raymond, was struck by several bullets. The Negro was 70-odd years of age. Wild spirits from surrounding counties have flocked to Statesboro and are aiding in the whipping and assaulting of the inoffensive Negroes. The unidentified body of a Negro was found lying by the roadside, riddled with bullets 8 miles from here. It was at first believed to be that of Handy Bell, but men who know him say that it was not he. The World editorially says, "The burning of Negroes by a mob at Statesboro, Georgia, yesterday was one of the most barbarous and wanton crimes ever committed in the name of lynch law. The victims had been convicted of murder after a prompt and fair trial, and had been sentenced to be hanged on September 9th, so that the usual excuse of uncertain or delayed legal justice was not present. Yet the mob overpowered the militia without a shot having been fired apparently, and took the condemned prisoners to the woods and burned them at the stake. If darkest Africa is any blacker than this, travelers have failed to report it. Even the savages' rude forms of justice are respected." The Southern leaders and their apologists are accustomed to justify lynchings on the ground of the protection of womanhood. Whenever they speak in public, in Congress or elsewhere, the blood of Negroes lynched is spattered on the head of womanhood. to push womanhood to the front and make it bear the brunt of barbarous crimes committed on the Negroes, from stark bloodlust overwhelming the appeal to reason, which is absolutely true of the great majority of lynchings, is unwise and merits the condemnation of chivalric manhood. Negroes have been lynched in the South for every crime, and they have been lynched when no crime whatever has been charged. The Negro man, the woman, the youth 14 years of age, the child 3 years of age, the babe in the mother's arms who could not lisp the word mama, have been the victims of the lynching mobs. The records of lynchings kept by the Chicago Tribune, a reliable authority, show that only 2 or 3 out of every 10 colored persons lynched are even charged with the nameless offense. It has been proved that some of those charged with the crime were innocent. In a particular instance, a white man who killed his wife while in a passion charged one of the Negroes who worked on his place with having assaulted and murdered his wife. And this white man headed the mob which lynched the Negro. He made a full confession on his deathbed of the Negro's innocence. Riotings and lynchings have become dominant features in Southern life, and their reflex influence has caused the enactment of bloody deeds in a few Northern communities. It does not help matters to say that in Illinois, Kansas, or Delaware, a mob can burn a Negro at the stake with all the cruelties of a Georgia, Mississippi, or Texas mob. It is due to Southern example, and it has been proved that men from the South have been the leaders of Northern mobs. It is also true that many Southern men residing in the North and also visiting Southerners seize every opportunity to discredit the colored man and inflame passions against him. Senator Tillman, while on a visit north referring to the violence committed by a Northern mob, said, "I see you are learning how to kill and burn niggers. That's right. Let the good work go on. Keep it up. You are getting some sense." Other Southerners, through the press and in address, have made statements calculated to inflame certain elements and doubtless have caused much mischief. The good people of the North can and should call a halt to those Southerners who are seeking to create strife between the races in the North. The strikes among a few school children against colored teachers or pupils are due to the barbarous teachings of these Southern leaders. The truth remains, however, that lynch law does not dominate any Northern state. It does dominate Southern states. It has become a part of Southern civilization and is publicly defended by many leading Southern men. The Northern man in public life who should advocate lynching would be disgraced. The Southern men who defend or endorse it, like Tillman, Carmack, Vardaman, Richardson, Graves, and Money, are honored in public life and kept in high places. To indicate how general lynchings have become in the South, and to emphasize, if possible, the infamy of it, the following cases may be cited. At Carrollton, Louisiana, a Negro man and 2 women were lynched. They were suspected of being implicated in a murder. In Smith County, Mississippi, 4 Negro men and 1 woman were lynched, and 8 or 10 badly beaten, and most of the Negroes ordered to leave. They were suspected of wounding 2 white men. In Mississippi, a Negro woman was lynched. The mob visited the woman's house, and after tying her hands behind her, took her to the bridge over Lick Creek. Here she was shot through the head, and her lifeless body was thrown into the stream. Her offense was that her brother was charged with stealing a pocketbook, and she could not tell the mob of his whereabouts, and so was lynched. In Louisiana, a young Negro was lynched because he could not tell the whereabouts of his brother, who was charged with theft. In Lewisburg, Tennessee, a Negro was lynched in the courthouse yard. He was suspected of murder. In St. James Parish, Louisiana, a Negro charged with murder was burned at the stake. At Florence, Alabama, a Negro was lynched by being hamstrung, hung up by the heels like a hog, and allowed slowly to bleed to death. His offense was that he protested loudly against the killing of innocent Negroes. At or near Tuscumbia, Alabama, 3 Negroes were lynched because one had resisted arrest. In South Carolina, a Negro man and wife were intercepted while on the way to Abbeville jail, taken from the sheriff and hanged on a bridge, and their bodies riddled with bullets. They were suspected of murder. At Langley, South Carolina, 2 Negroes who had been wounded in a fight in the Jim Crow car set apart for colored people and which had been invaded by whites and whom the doctors said could not possibly live, were taken from the jail and lynched. At Newborn, Tennessee, 2 Negroes were lynched. They were suspected of murder. At Memphis, Tennessee, 4 Negroes were lynched for starting a grocery store in competition with a white man in a colored settlement. At Joplin, Missouri, several Negroes were lynched, a number of their homes were burned, and over 1,000 were driven out in one day. The home of Postmaster Baker of South Carolina was surrounded at night. Oil was poured on the house, and it was set on fire. When the family attempted to escape, the mob opened fire on them. Mr. Baker was killed. His young babe in his arms was killed. His wife and 2 daughters and a son were also shot. His only offense was that he was a Negro who held a federal office. In Louisiana, a leading Negro minister was lynched because he advised the colored people to become the owners of their own homes and farms. In the same state, near Girard, a Negro was lynched. The only offense that he was charged with was the stealing of a bottle of pop. At Holdenville, Kentucky, a Negro was lynched on the courthouse steps. He was charged with causing a white boy to steal. At Brookside, Alabama, 3 white men shot down an inoffensive Negro just for fun, one saying, "Watch the coon jump." The Negro was shot dead. In one case, a young white girl was made the executioner. She put the rope around the victim's neck. He was then placed on the back of a horse. The end of the rope was thrown over the limb of a tree, and the little girl took hold of the bridle of the horse and led it away, leaving the victim hanging. The body was then riddled with bullets. Where else in civilization could such a spectacle be witnessed? At Beach Still, Georgia, the Negroes were having a dance when the hall was fired upon by white men. 2 Negroes were killed and 9 wounded, including 3 women. In Gunterville, Alabama, a Negro was lynched. The charge was barn burning. In South Carolina, 5 Negroes were lynched. They were suspected of having burned a barn. It was afterwards proven that they were innocent. The Boston Journal cites this case. Viewed from any standpoint, the lynching of Negro Robert White in Alabama was a cowardly murder. A white man had killed all of White's chickens. This resulted in a row, and shots were exchanged. No white participant in the affair was troubled, but the Negro was arrested, and while in the hands of an officer going to jail, he was seized by a mob of white men and put to death. Every man in that mob was nothing less than a murderer, and should be so treated, but the victim was only a nigger who had no rights, which white folks of that sort respect, and the murderer will go scot-free. In Salisbury, North Carolina, 2 Negro boys were taken from the jail and lynched. They were suspected of murder. Pierce City, Missouri, shows this record for nearly 15 hours today. This town of 3,000 people has been in the hands of a mob of armed men determined to drive out every Negro. In addition to the lynching last night of William Godley, accused falsely, it is believed, of murder, and the shooting of his grandfather, French Godley, the mob today burned Peter Hampton, an aged Negro alive in his home, set the torch to the houses of 5 blacks, and with the aid of state militia rifles stolen from the local company's arsenal, drove dozens of Negroes from town. After noon, the excitement died down, the mob gradually dispersing, more from lack of Negroes upon whom to wreak their hatred than from any other cause. Many of the Negroes who fled the city are hiding in the surrounding woods, while others have gone greater distances in seeking safety. A colored camp meeting in Mississippi was raided by whites. 30 colored people engaged in the worship of God were killed, including the pastor's wife, a daughter of 12 years of age, his younger child, 3 years of age, and a minister who was assisting in the meetings. The whites interfered with the meeting. The killing was wanton. There were no charges against any of the colored people. In South Carolina, a number of colored men appeared at the polls to vote, and a riot was started. 7 of the colored men were captured and made to stand up on a log and were there shot to death. Their offense was that they had attempted to vote. The white man who was running for Congress and for whom they wanted to vote was also shot. In Arkansas, 15 Negroes were lynched as a result of a dispute in which a colored man doubted a white man's word over a grocery bill. The New York World, reviewing the crimes of 1901, says lynchings show 107 cases in the South, all colored. Race hatred is the cause of many crimes. Thus, 10 persons were killed for no other cause than race prejudice in the South last year. Many of those lynched for cause were innocent of crime. The New York Journal describes the case in these words: "Call to your mind the picture of the Negro with a rope hanging around his neck, escaping from the mob the other day and running to the sheriff with his face battered in. The mob had wanted to lynch him because he would not confess that someone else was guilty of arson." The Journal, referring to another case, said Negroes are lynched for being born into the world. The Nashville, Tennessee American gives an account of a lynching in Mississippi as follows: "But there was a lynching in that state that for fiendish brutality has not yet been surpassed, even when the victims have been roasted at the stake. It occurred at Doddsville recently, and these are the circumstances as related by local newspapers. Luther Hobart, a Negro, had a quarrel with a white man, and following the usual Mississippi method, they exchanged shots, the Negro escaping and the white man being killed. The Negro, knowing the penalty for killing a white man in that section, fled, of course, accompanied by his wife, who had had no part in the quarrel. They were captured by the mob, and this is what was done to them according to the statement of an eyewitness in the Vicksburg Herald. When the two Negroes were captured, they were tied to trees, and while the funeral pyres were being prepared, they were forced to suffer the most fiendish tortures. The blacks were forced to hold out their hands while one finger at a time was chopped off. The fingers were distributed as souvenirs. The ears of the murderers were cut off. Hobart was severely beaten. His skull was fractured, and one of his eyes knocked out with a stick hung by a shred from the socket. Neither the man nor the woman begged for mercy nor made a groan or plea. When the executioners came forward to lop off fingers, Hobart extended his hand without being asked. The most excruciating form of punishment consisted in the use of a large corkscrew in the hands of one of the mob. This instrument was bored into the flesh of the man and the woman, in the arms, legs, and body, and pulled out the spiral, tearing out big pieces of raw, quivering flesh every time it was withdrawn. After these tortures, the mutilated bodies were burned. Had this Negro outraged a white woman? Oh, no, he had merely killed a white man who was shooting at him. His wife had committed no crime, but simply fled with her husband. Yet she was made to share his fate, and with him to suffer the most cruel and brutal tortures the devilish ingenuity of the degraded savages could devise. During the last 10 years, lynchings have averaged 150 a year. Many of the victims were known to be innocent at the time, but when the mob starts out, it must have blood whether the victims are guilty or innocent. Numerous riots and expulsions have also taken place. A feature in connection herewith worthy of note is that the coroner's jury, impaneled to uphold the law, as a rule, renders the stereotyped verdict that the party or parties came to their death at the hands of persons unknown. And this in the face of the fact that the press publishes the names of the leaders of the mob and of the man who fires the first shot or lights the fire to burn the victim. Sometimes the jury treats the matter as a joke. In one case, they render the verdict that the deceased came to his death by swinging in the air. Again, that the deceased came to his death by taking too great a bite of hemp rope. At other times, their verdict is a direct incentive to crime, as for instance this: we do not know who killed the deceased, but we congratulate the parties on their work. Members of the mobs have also served on the coroner's jury. A grand jury returned this verdict in Louisiana. The men who participated in the burning were among the best citizens of the county, and nothing but a desire to protect those who are nearest and dearest to them would move them to undertake such measures. As to the savagery of the tortures inflicted upon the victims, these additional facts may be given. Red-hot iron has been used to burn the tongue from the mouth, to burn the flesh from the breast and back, to burn out the eyes, to burn the flesh from the arms and legs, to burn off the ears and nose. The heart and the liver have been removed from the body and cut into small pieces and sold as souvenirs of the lynching. Repeatedly, events have occurred which showed that the Negroes who were lynched were entirely innocent. Press dispatches gave the following case: Charleston, South Carolina, March 2, 1904. After taking a prominent part in lynching 3 Negroes, Section Foreman Jones of the Atlantic Coast Line today confessed to the murder of his wife, for which the innocent men were mobbed. One morning during the early part of May 1902, the body of Mrs. Jones was found in the dog-house in the rear of her yard at Ravenel. Her throat was cut from ear to ear and her head crushed in. The news of the terrible crime soon spread over Colleton County, and armed parties were organized and the woods were scoured for Negroes, it having been stated that 3 Negro men were seen in the vicinity of the Jones house the morning of the tragedy. The description of the Negroes corresponded with that of Jim Black, James Ford, and Thomas Pryor, who had been in the neighborhood but who had suddenly disappeared. After searching for the Negroes for a week, they were arrested, taken to the scene of the crime, and swung to the limbs of trees. Jones was present and was given the opportunity of firing the first shots into their bodies. Several weeks ago, Section Foreman Jones was taken sick, and Dr. Willis was called in to treat him, but he had passed all medical aid for the disease with which he was afflicted had wrecked his constitution, and he began to sink. Realizing that he was about to die, Jones confessed to killing his wife. "I know I'm going to die, but I can't die until I tell all about killing my wife," he said to his physician. He then recited the details of the crime, declaring that he killed his wife in a moment of passion that morning in May before he left for his work. He then carried the body from the house and dumped it into the doghouse, where it was found by his little daughter a few hours afterward. Immediately after making the confession, he expired. The first thought that may impress the average mind from these recitals is that the Negroes are not the only or the chief or the worst criminals in the South. Colored criminals may outnumber white criminals in the penal institutions, but they may not be numerically stronger outside the penitentiary. Practically all colored criminals and many not criminals go to the penitentiary, but many white criminals go to Canada or into political offices or become guards or bosses. Crime has increased among the colored people since emancipation, but it should be remembered that there are nearly 3 times as many colored people now as were emancipated. Crime has also increased among the whites. 40 years ago, there were practically no whites in penitentiaries in the South, but now there are thousands. Besides, there are hundreds of white females in prison, a condition unheard of before the War of the Rebellion. One of the greatest scandals of recent times in the South was the brutal flogging of a white woman in a prison in Georgia. Another thought that will suggest itself is, why are these inhumanities permitted to exist in Christian civilized communities? The answer is, it is because of the virus of slavery in the brain of the whites, called into activity by the leaders to compass the subjugation of the colored race. It is a part of a carefully evolved plan by the leaders. It is designed to put the race under the contempt of the whites and to destroy its morale. Thomas Wentworth Higginson in the Atlantic Monthly shows that the reign of terror and lynchings are in defense neither of law nor of chastity, but it is in defense of caste. And he further says, what the whole nation needs is to deal with the Negro race no longer as outcasts, but simply as men and women. The Boston Herald says, in all the years since the war, it is probable that 50 Negroes have been murdered by white men for every white man murdered by Negroes, and 100 Negro women have been debauched by white men for every white woman outraged by a Negro. Miss Caroline Pemberton, of one of the first families of Philadelphia, in a communication to the Public Ledger of that city says, in the first place, the crime of assault is not peculiar to the Negro race. It is practically unknown in the West Indies, in South Africa, and South America, and was never charged against the Southern Negro until political and social conditions ripened in the minds of Southern whites a frantic desire to stigmatize the whole Negro race as unworthy to possess the rights of men. The crime of assault, so frequently charged against the Negro as a race, is part of the political conspiracy to deprive him of his legal rights. It has been proved over and over again that only a very small proportion of Negroes who are lynched in the South are even charged with this crime, and of those who are charged with it, it is safe to conclude that a fair proportion is innocent. I reach this last conclusion from knowledge of the fact that the charge is often made against men of all races under conditions that make their comparative innocence almost a foregone conclusion. In regard to Negro criminality, let me assure you that I speak from personal experience when I assert that the average working Negro is as free from pronounced criminal tendencies as the white man of the same class. I have for years employed colored people in my own household and found them both trustworthy and efficient. I've traveled over the muddy roads of eastern Virginia for many miles and through the black belt of Alabama for several days with no other protector in each case than a Negro driver, and with no thought of harm coming to me. I have visited colored schools in the South taught by white Northern women whose sole protectors were their black students and a few colored instructors. The only people these gentle women feared were the white men of the neighborhood whose threats against the school had at one time caused them grave anxiety. The loyal devotion of the blacks to these white women was something beautiful to see and was proof enough that the faithful character of the Negro has not changed since slavery. Mr. James S. Stemmons in the Philadelphia Record says, shame, but who can point to any Negro crime so loathsome as the assault and murder by 4 white men of Jenny Boscheider in Paterson, New Jersey 4 years ago, or as that of the 2 men in Wheeling, West Virginia, who 2 years ago took a 17-year-old girl from her escort at the point of a pistol, assaulted and murdered her, and threw her body into the Ohio River. of the 9 men who a few days ago assaulted a young girl in this city, of the 2 brothers who assaulted a 5-year-old child, or that of the more than a dozen who have within the past 4 years assaulted, in some cases at the point of a pistol, their own daughters, nieces, and cousins. All these cases were committed by white men, and it may be noted here that the Confederate Congress, in resolutions formally adopted in October 1862, made this same charge against the soldiers of the Union Army. It was unjustly pressed then, it is unjustly pressed now, against the colored people. No large body of people should be held responsible for the acts of a few brutal individuals. All races have developed brutal men, but neither in the North nor in the South has the colored race developed the most elusive, dangerous, and brutal criminals. The colored race has produced no criminals or desperadoes of heartless cruelty like the James brothers, or the man Holmes who killed so many people, including several wives and his own children, that he did not keep trace of them, or the Chicago boy bandits, or the trained nurse who wiped out several families by poisoning, or some of the guards and officials of the stockades or penitentiaries and the leaders of the lynching mobs. The Chicago Chronicle, referring to an editorial in the Atlanta News, edited by Mr. John Temple Graves, in which he advocates the systematic establishment of a reign of terror and lynching, says, in his leading editorial last Friday, he advocates not only lynching but a revival of the Ku Klux Klan. In that editorial, he declares that neither law nor statutes nor public opinion nor armed forces nor federal courts nor any other courts will prevent the stern expression of the popular horror of crime when it is committed by a Negro, expression by burning at the stake the Negro suspected of the crime without trial or proof of any kind. This man threatens to revive the masked night-riding murderers if an attempt is made to invoke national law and courts for the protection not only of Negroes but for the preservation of Southern society from lapsing into that savagery and anarchy into which, by admission of the governor of Georgia, it has almost fallen in that state already. In order to accomplish the subjugation of the colored race and the destruction of its citizenship, these leaders would plunge the South into a state of anarchy. For 40 years, the Negro has been harassed and harried on the right and on the left, in front and behind. He has been on the run and has not had a moment to pause and catch his breath or take his bearings. He has been and is fearfully handicapped. Some of the whites of the South have been kind, friendly, and helpful to him. Many have sympathized with him in his tribulations and woes, but lack the courage to manifest it, and a few have spoken out boldly against the outrages and outlawry of which he has been the victim. But the leaders in the organized South have allowed him no quarter, shown him no mercy. The proscriptions and oppressions which are laid on the colored man, either North or South, on the ground of color alone, have made him extremely sensitive to any infraction of his rights and liberty, and in desperation he has at times struck back at the oppressor, although the lyncher's noose was dangling in his face. Much of the violence of which he is guilty, especially in the North, is due to resentment that certain elements in the North should seek to outrage him simply because of his color. A community which denies a man a fair chance to earn an honest living because of his color, thus driving him into idleness, is in a manner responsible for the increase of its criminals. Every municipal or state law bearing on him enacted in the South since his emancipation has been to degrade, ostracize, and alienate him, and deprive him of his liberty or restrict him in the realization of his dreams of freedom. On the other hand, it is a cheering truth that every law passed in the North touching the Negro has been to confirm and make secure his freedom, protect his civil rights, guarantee his ballot, and put him on the same footing with all other citizens before the law. In the passage of such laws in the North, Democrats and members of other political parties have nobly aided the Republicans in achieving the security and firm establishment of the liberty and rights of the colored citizen. In the South, in the state of Texas, a colored man who had been carrying the mail to and fro from the State House to the post office for 15 years was discharged under the new order of things, which prohibits the Negro from being recognized in any public or semi-public relation in the South. Such repression is general. The Richmond, Virginia City Council passed a resolution prohibiting the Negro from being employed in any position around the City Hall. The Brotherhood of Locomotive and Steamboat Firemen of the South, at their meeting at Norfolk, Virginia, passed resolutions protesting against the employment of Negroes as firemen on locomotives or steamboats. Other labor organizations have placed a boycott on him. He is being driven to the wall. The increase of crime is coincident with the increase of oppression and outlawry. The organized South is responsible for the growth in crime. How far, how long are these things to go on? Ella Wheeler Wilcox has published in the New York Journal a poem which, in part, runs as follows. Out of the wilderness, out of the night, has the black man crawled to the dawn of light, beaten by lashes and bound by chains, a beast of burden with soul and brains. He has come through sorrow and need and woe, and the cry of his heart is to know, to know. Red with anguish his way has been, this suffering brother of dusky skin, for centuries fettered and bound to earth. Slow is unfolding to freedom's birth, slow is rising from burden and ban, to fill the stature of mortal man. You must give him wings ere you tell him to fly. You must set the example and bid him try. Let the white man pay for the white man's crime. Let him work in patience and bide God's time. Out of the wilderness, out of the night, has the black man crawled to the dawn of light. He has come through the valley of great despair. He has borne what no white man ever can bear. He has come through sorrow and pain and woe, and the cry of his heart is to know, to know. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rise and Achievements of the Colored Race, Part 1. President Alderman of Tulane University, New Orleans, Louisiana, a well-bred, high-minded, and highly cultured Southerner, who holds his equipoise even in that city, which is the storm center of Jim Crowism, in a public address said, "Progress as measured by the distance one has traveled, as well as to the point one has reached." He was speaking on the race question. The colored race, judged by this standard, measured by this meat wand, may confidently invite comparison in their 40 years of struggles and ascent in civilization with any people in the world's history. Another Southerner, the Right Reverend Bishop Haygood, one of the greatest men, greatest in heart, greatest in brain that the South has produced, speaking of the progress of the colored race, said, "It's a marvel. It overturns all of our preconceived ideas about the Negro. We thought we knew him, but we didn't. We must in honesty confess that he has surprised us and taught us much we did not know and would not have believed." The Reverend A.B. Curry, Doctor of Divinity of Memphis, Tennessee, who at present represents a small but important class in Southern life, but a class like the mustard seed of the parable that will certainly multiply and predominate as the South shall take the sober second thought, preached a sermon in his home city on the 27th of November, 1904, in which he pays a deserved tribute to the colored man and paints a word portrait of him which should command consideration because of its truthfulness. The sermon was published in the Memphis Commercial Appeal and carries its own commendation of the mind and heart of the minister. Dr. Curry said in part, "I'm not ashamed to say that I have a tender feeling in my heart for the Negro. I believe I would be an ingrate if I did not have such feeling. My helpless infancy and early childhood were watched over with a tender care and affection, second only to those of the mother who bore me, and it was those of my faithful Negro nurse on the old plantation home in southern Georgia. We criticize him and complain of him, but we don't want to give him up. Let a labor agent go through the South, seeking to induce the Negroes to leave the country, and he becomes at once, to say the least, persona non grata. I've known such agents in some localities be fined and imprisoned. That means that our country needs him. He is the best laborer for the kind of labor that needs to be done in the South that we have ever found." A year ago, when there was a disagreement between our steamboat companies and their Negro roustabouts, an effort was made to replace the latter with white men, but it was not successful. The white men could not do the work satisfactorily, and when I went up to St. Louis the past summer on the river, I understood it. I do not believe there is the white race living, or any other race, not even the patient Chinaman, who either could or would do the work the Negro roustabouts do in the way they are required to do it. The Negro's great muscular strength, his powers of endurance, his healthfulness in a southern climate, and his docility of spirit make him an invaluable factor in the labor problem of the South, and the present material development of the South is due in no small measure to the brawn and muscle and willing industry of the Negro. 20 white tramps come to my door, begging to one Negro. An able-bodied Negro is almost never a beggar. What he asks and what the white man owes him is a chance to work along every avenue for which his mind and his hand capacitate him, with a fair wage fully and promptly paid. There is no more docile man nor loyal friend than the Negro, when convinced of your disinterested love for him. But we are told by some that the game is not worth the candle, that after all the Negro is incapable of a high civilization and of valuable achievement, that he is destitute of the noble traits of human nature. I cannot believe this, for I remember when during the Civil War my 2 oldest brothers, both still in their teens, went to the front, and my father was called away on a similar mission, leaving my mother and her little children to the care and protection of the Negro slaves. That sacred trust was kept with the utmost fidelity, and there were men among them who, if need arose, would have laid down their lives through devotion to their trust. I have heard of a Negro man who, after freedom, removed from his old home in Virginia to Macon, Georgia. There, through industry and thrift, he amassed a nice amount of property. Hearing that his old master and mistress in Virginia, unable to adjust themselves to changed conditions, had become homeless and poor, he built them a comfortable little home in Macon, brought them to it, and cared for them till they died, and then carried their bodies back to the old Virginia home for burial. When I was in the Palace of Fine Arts in St. Louis this summer, I saw a picture before which I stood and wept. In the distance was a battle scene. The dust of tramping men and horses, the smoke of cannon and rifles filled the air. Broken carriages and dead and dying men strewed the ground. In the foreground was the figure of a stalwart Negro man, bearing in his strong arms the form of a fair-haired Anglo-Saxon youth. It was the devoted body servant of a young Southerner, bearing the dead body of his young master from the field of carnage, not to pause or rest till he had delivered it to those whose love for it only surpassed his own. And underneath the picture were these words, faithful unto death. And there are men before me who have seen the spirit of that picture illustrated on more than one field of battle. I do not think a race possessed of such qualities of heart, capable of such noble, unselfish deeds, is to be despised among the families of the earth. There is a place for it and a work for it to do in the world. Is it asked what will be the final destiny of the Negro in America? We cannot tell, but let us do our duty to the poor man at our gate in the spirit of Christ, and leave results with God. We need not fear they will be satisfactory. Mr. Sarge Plunkett of Georgia, a sane Southerner on the Negro question, writing to the Atlanta Constitution, says, "No matter how others may feel or have felt, the Negro in the South has been such a surprise to me that I am slow to say what he will or will not accomplish. I'm even slow to say that he is as inferior as we have heard he was. The Negro must lift himself, and while it goes mighty hard with me to acknowledge it, he is lifting himself, and he will keep on lifting up and up at every opportunity. On lines of accumulation, the Negro has done better than an old-timer would have ever thought he could do. I know Negroes, and we all know Negroes who could buy, as the saying goes, every child of his old master, and I can tell you as a truth that Negroes who are able to do this that I have hinted have more prestige, are more respectable, if you please, than these children I have mentioned. Sit down coolly and contemplate the Negroes as they were at the end of our war and as they are today. Do this after laying aside the prejudice that you have, and I have, and I feel more than a great majority will have to acknowledge that the Negro is not so inferior as we thought he was. How well can many now living remember what a picture they made about the time of Lee's surrender? I admit that I was fooled about their capacity, and I know that thousands of others were the same. If we had been told then that there would be a black man developed into what we know that Washington is, we would have honestly thought it foolish and passed it as a joke. When I pass out about the big Negro colleges around Atlanta and look upon the students there, I'm bound to admit that they are beyond anything that I ever dreamed they could be. And speaking of the possibilities of a great foreign war and the availability of the Negro for service in the United States Army, Mr. Plunkett further urges, if we should have such a war as is contemplated, I take it that the Negroes will join our armies just as white men join. They will march under the same flag, wear the same uniform, and are bound by right to be accorded all the honors that their actions may deserve. It is more than probable, it is certain, that there will develop heroes and heroines from out of the race of whom the poets will sing, and when this is accomplished, then many other things will belong to them by right and the natural consequences. When we get up such a war as will call for the need of these Negroes, and they are formed into regiments and brigades, put on the blue, rally around the flag, charge batteries, and do all the duties in a soldierly way, then they will feel that they have rights here that they never had before, and millions of people outside of their race will feel the same about the matter. This is precisely true. In the wars in which the Negroes have worn the blue, they have rallied around the flag, charged on batteries even unto the jaws of death, and performed all their duties in such a soldierly way that millions of people outside of their race believe them to be entitled to all the honors that their actions may deserve, even the full enjoyment of American citizenship. But it must be evident to Mr. Plunkett that the dominant leaders of the South are not the kind of men who could be moved by the influences of which he speaks, or by humane or Christian or patriotic impulses. Neither the Negro soldier who charged Fort Wagner or San Juan Hill, nor the Negro educator who has been pronounced to be among the greatest of living men, would be recognized by them as an American among Americans. What then becomes of the contention that it is the white man of the South alone who knows the Negro? The rise and achievements of the race have not been along one line, or two lines, or three lines, but they have been witnessed in every vocation, avenue, and calling of American life. In the brief space of a single generation, the manumitted race has conquered places in all the multiple phases of modern activities. Verily, the Republic is opportunity. The abolitionists, philanthropists, Christians, and humanitarians of the North, and those scattering but greatly deserving Southerners, who in wisdom faced the rising sun, probably built better than they knew, guided and upheld by the wisdom and power of Jehovah God, when they decided on the kind of education that should be open to the colored race at the close of the war. They refused to regard the colored race as a special race, and therefore needing a special kind of education. They acted on the principle that as the colored people were a part of the human race, then any kind and every kind of education that was good enough for a white man was good enough for them. The putting in force of this simple, common sense idea made possible the wonderful success of the colored people. If they had yielded to a craze for industrial education and devoted their strength to it, the colored race could not have gained, in 100 years, the great advance in civilization and the splendid achievements which now stand to its credit after only a single generation of endeavor. For emphasis on industrial education would have circumscribed the mental vision, limited the aspirations, narrowed the ambitions, stunted all higher and broader growth, and held the race close down to the lines of hewers of wood and drawers of water, which was the endless routine under the slave regime. The colored race can work, it knows how to work, it will work, and in an experience of 250 years, it proved its value as the hardiest of toilers in every Southern community. The South acknowledged the value and profitableness of the Negro as a toiler and producer when it went to war and fought 4 years with vast loss in blood and treasure to hold him as a part of its system. It was divinely wise that the colored race, in beginning its new life of liberty, was taught to look also on the higher and greater things of life, that the mind was taken beyond its accustomed sphere, that the things denied it in slavery were opened to it in freedom, that the mind might expand with the height and breadth of the universe. Schools were planted, the lower grades, the preparatory schools, the normal schools, the colleges, the professional schools. They began to work almost simultaneously, in some cases while the shock of war was still on, in other cases the instant that peace was declared. The work was carried on with such rapidity and thoroughness that there was such hearty and overwhelming response from the colored people, who crowded and overflowed school houses with their children, and for lack of room indoors sessions were held out of doors under the oak and elm trees, that the white people of the South stood sullenly surprised, and the people of the North gladly amazed. It meant a revolution in the Southland, irresistible, sweeping, all-embracing. It meant a new South. For a time this work of education was supported by the national government, supplemented by Northern benevolence, and by a nominal fee which was charged the colored parent for each child. The people of the North contributed money for this cause without stint, chiefly through the several religious denominations. In this work the Congregationalists, Methodists, Baptists, Presbyterians, Episcopalians, Unitarians, Friends, and other denominations and hosts of individuals heartily cooperated. But greater and better than the money contributions, they gave thousands of their consecrated, devoted, self-denying sons and daughters to this humane, patriotic, Christ-like work. The brave men, and it may be said braver women, who left comforts, luxuries, refinements of their northern homes, and went to the South at the close of the war to teach and lift up a despised and prostrate people, performed a service for humanity, for the Republic, for the kingdom of God in the world, that will go on with ever-increasing power and beneficent fruitage through all the countless ages to come. True, they were frequently hampered in their work by irreconcilable Southerners. Their schoolhouses were sometimes burned to the ground, their homes stoned in the night. They were insulted on the streets. They were, and still are, socially boycotted. They were sometimes murdered, but their work went on. They conquered. The best South today, notwithstanding the clamor and outlawry inspired by Jim Crowism, is being converted to the education of the colored people. Some have materially assisted in the work, others have given it the support of tongue and pen, and still others have become efficient teachers. Among the Northern men who rendered distinguished and lasting service in the uplifting of the race was the Reverend William W. Patton, Doctor of Divinity, late President of Howard University, Washington, D.C. He was a man with a history, and the impress of his great life was stamped on thousands of colored youths. He left school an ardent and uncompromising abolitionist. His father was a distinguished Presbyterian minister, but he entered the Congregational denomination as it offered and encouraged the greatest freedom for the expression of his anti-slavery views. For 10 years he was the pastor of the Fourth Congregational Church at Hartford, Connecticut, and made it a great anti-slavery center. In 1856, because of his anti-slavery reputation, he was called to the First Congregational Church at Chicago, Illinois. His sermons, lectures, and addresses soon made him a great favorite in the West among all anti-slavery elements. He aided in the organization of the American Missionary Association, which was an organized protest against slavery, and which, through its numerous schools, colleges, universities, and churches, has bestowed countless blessings on the South and the nation. He also aided in organizing the Chicago Theological Seminary. He was editor of the Advance. Dr. Patton is the author of the words of the famous John Brown song, which express moral issues of the war in relation to slavery. It was as follows. 1. Old John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the grave, while weep the sons of bondage whom he ventured all to save. But though he lost his life in struggling for the slave, his soul is marching on. O glory, hallelujah. 2. John Brown, he was a hero, undaunted, true, and brave, and Kansas knew his valor, where he fought her rights to save. And now, though the grass grows green above his grave, his soul is marching on. O glory, hallelujah. 3. He captured Harper's Ferry with his 19 men so few, and he frightened old Virginia till she trembled through and through. They hung him for a traitor, themselves a traitor crew. But his soul is marching on. O glory, hallelujah. 4. John Brown was John the Baptist of the Christ we are to see. Christ too of the bondman shall the liberator be, and soon throughout the sunny South the slaves shall all be free, for his soul is marching on. O glory, hallelujah. The entire song was afterward printed in the Chicago Tribune and became wonderfully popular in the Western Army. The Jubilee Singers, some years after, adopted 2 of the stanzas for their use, thus giving them yet wider currency. Wendell Phillips was accustomed at times to quote the 3rd stanza with great effect. When the war came, Dr. Patton announced from his pulpit that the lecture room of his church should be used for the purpose of drilling the soldiers. He was made vice president of the Sanitary Commission of the Northwest and became its chief executive officer, visiting the seat of war and looking after the sick and wounded soldiers and the sanitary condition of hospitals. He was the inspirer of and chief figure in the great mass meeting at Chicago, which sent a memorial to President Lincoln urging him to issue a proclamation freeing the slaves. He was chairman and spokesman of the committee which bore the memorial, and he was ably assisted by Dr. John Dempster and the Honorable Charles Walker. President Lincoln talked with them freely. After the conference, Secretary Stanton said to Mr. Medal of the Chicago Tribune, "Tell those Chicago clergymen who waited on the president about the proclamation of emancipation that their interview finished the business." It was even so. The Emancipation Proclamation was issued shortly afterward. Scholar, preacher, editor, lecturer, organizer, teacher, president of a university, invincible foe of slavery, behold him. This recital will give some insight into the mental and moral stamina and high character of the men and women who planned and laid the foundation for the education and the uplifting of the colored race. Among the pioneers in this work there should be mentioned the Reverends M.E. Strebe, James Powell, Simeon Gilbert, E.M. Cravath, E.A. Ware, John G. Fee, G.W. Andrews, John Braden, John W. Alvord, S.C. Logan, Luke Dorland, and his wife, R.S. Rust, J.M. Walden, A. Webster, and his wife and son, L.M. Dunton, and his wife, J.C. Hartzell, J.W. Hamilton, E.F. Williams, Amos Billings, and his wife, Samuel Loomis and his wife, Richard H. Allen, Alfred Owen, Theodore E. Balch, D.W. Phillips, M.R. Miller, E.C. Mitchell, E.P. Cowan, Isaac Rendell, A. Westcott, Dr. Tupper, and his wife, Professor C.W. Francis, A.K. Spence, Henry S. Bennett, C.H. Richards, John A. Cole, A.J. Steele, Helen C. Morgan, Miss K.L., Miss Wells, Miss Kate Moorhead, Miss Ellen Baden, Miss S.J. Neal, widow of the Union officer, Generals Clinton B. Fisk, George Whipple E. Whitsley, Charles H. Howard, S.C. Armstrong, Alfred William Birney, and Doctors G.W. Hubbard, D.S. Lamb, and N.F. Graham, who have had such great success in promoting the education of colored youths in medicine, dentistry, and pharmacy. Bishops Haven and Malalieu were also potent forces. General O. Howard, who was at the head of the Freemen's Bureau, was the mentor and rendered invaluable services. It was a work in which thousands were engaged, so that the above mention of a few individuals to show the character of the whole will not appear invidious. Every man and woman who enlisted in this second army of invasion of the South with spelling books instead of muskets is worthy of mention and deserving of praise. All of them faced ostracism. Some fell martyrs. In certain instances, the law of compensation operated most directly. Libby Prison, which had become infamous because of great cruelty inflicted upon Union soldiers imprisoned within it, was occupied and used as the first school for the education of the colored race in Richmond, the capital of the Confederacy. The school, which was started in this former prison pen by the Reverends Nathaniel Culver and Charles H. Corey, has grown into Union University, the leading institution conducted for the education of colored youths by the Baptists of the North. Hampton Institute, which has the name of General Armstrong so inseparably connected with it, had its beginning under a colored teacher, Mrs. Mary S. Peake, who was employed by the American Missionary Association to open and conduct this school. General Armstrong afterwards took charge of it and gave it wide and deserved fame, but it was organized by a colored person. It was also in harmony with the law of compensation that a number of colored people who had escaped from slavery and settled in the North or in Canada and had taken advantage of the schools, and also some who had been born free or set free by the slaveholders, and some others who, despite the watchfulness of the master class, had stolen a knowledge of the 3 R's in the dead of the night by the light of the lightwood torch, that these, with more or less intellectual preparation, should have entered with enthusiasm upon the work of educating their race. Among such may be mentioned Bishops Daniel A. Payne, H. M. Turner, and J. W. Hood, Reverends H. R. Revel, J. B. Reeves, T. W. Henderson, and Henry Highland Garnett, Professors R. T. Greener, F. L. Cardoza, John M. Langston, J. M. Gregory, W. H. Krogman, and William S. Scarborough, the latter being well known as a Greek scholar, and William H. Jones, James A. Bally, John Shackelford, and P.B.S. Pinchback. Naturally, this class was not large in numbers, but it was important and forceful, and a great inspiration to the colored people in their entrance upon the new life of liberty. Some of these and many other colored men, whose chief qualification was mother wit, became leaders in religious and political affairs among the colored people. Robert Brown Elliott and Joseph H. Rainey as members of Congress from South Carolina, and Major Martin R. Delaney of the Black Regiment, are among the most conspicuous colored men of this period. The graded schools and universities established were numerous and strategically distributed. It is to these workers and to these schools and to the workers and to the schools that followed that may be attributed the regeneration of the colored race which has been wrought. As a result of this impetus, the colored man can make this showing in a single generation. Educationally, his illiteracy has been cut down 47%, although there are nearly 3 times as many colored people today as were emancipated. He fills the common schools with 1,200,000 of his children. 30,000 are in schools for higher learning and trade schools. Over 200 are pursuing studies in northern universities or taking special courses in European institutions. There are about 2,000 Negro graduates from colleges. More than 400 of these have graduated from white colleges in the North or from institutions in Europe. Among the northern colleges and universities that have sent out colored graduates are Harvard, Yale, Michigan, Oberlin, Dartmouth, Columbia, Brown, Kansas, Stanford, Iowa College, Ohio, Illinois, Bates, Williams, Indiana, Boston, Middlebury College, Minnesota, Wellesley, Smith, Bowdoin, Denver, Amherst, Beloit, New York University, Northwestern, Nebraska, Olivet, Vassar, Radcliffe, Heidelberg Colby, Rutgers, Chicago, and the Catholic University. There are besides a score of others. A number of Negro students have won honors in Northern colleges, as for instance R.T. Greener, W.M. Trotter, R.C. Bruce at Harvard, Marshall at Michigan, Pickens at Yale, and there are others that might be mentioned. It may be noted that 278 colored women are among the graduates of colleges, many of them from colleges at the North. American Negroes have graduated from French, German, and English institutions, and some have prosecuted successfully studies in Rome. The following leading theological seminaries of the North have sent out colored graduates: Andover, Princeton, Oberlin, General Theological Seminary, Yale, Newton, Drew, Episcopal Theological School of Cambridge, Union, Hartford, Boston, and others. In all, about 200 colored men have graduated from Northern theological seminaries. The Central Christian Advocate, one of the organs of the Methodist Episcopal Church, pertinently remarks, "What kind of Negroes does America want? The Negro is here. Nothing can uproot him from our soil. He is multiplying rapidly. He is millions strong. He is walking about amid our institutions, our rights, our constitutional guarantees. What kind of a Negro does America want? That is a question that a generation hence will make the Republic pause. No country is safe where vast masses of its citizens are forced down under the proper exercise of their capacities. That is but damming the flood that presses heavier on what is with each new repression and scorn. The long and the short of it is, the Negro is capable of being a man, and therefore he has a right to a man's chance. Professor Shaler of Harvard says, the Negro has mastered the English in a very remarkable manner. There are tens of thousands of untrained blacks in this country who, by their command of English phrase, are entitled to rank as educated men. I believe in general that our Negroes have a better sense of English than the peasant class of Great Britain." Secretary Thurkield, in his address at the annual meeting at Lincoln, Nebraska, said further, "The capacity of the Negro for genuine scholarship has never been more strongly stated than by the Reverend J. E. Edwards, Doctor of Divinity of the Methodist Episcopal Church, South, in the Methodist Review for April 1882. In many instances, it must be admitted, and examples are in this city, Petersburg, Virginia, that not only do they make as rapid advances as the whites, but really acquire thorough scholarship in the different departments of learning, and carry off medals for proficiency in mathematics and in the languages that would be creditable to any one of any race or color. It is idle and only shows the inveteracy of our prejudice to shut our eyes to the fact that the Negroes of the coming generation are just as capable of scholarship and culture as the whites. There is but one way to measure a man, and that is by his capacity. We did not do that when we kept the Negro in slavery. Let us beware, failing to do it now, lest the God whose thunderbolts are hot bring the Republic once more to a judgment day. The colored man and woman quickly learned to put their education into service. It was not allowed to become a drug on the market. About 30,000 of them are now teachers in the public and other schools, and hundreds are filling professorships in institutions devoted more especially to the higher education of their race. They have organized and have complete control over a number of colleges, academies, and industrial schools conducted by the several denominations, as well as some independent schools. They are the patrons of 50 high schools, 5 law schools, 5 medical schools, and 25 theological schools devoted to the education of the race. About 2,000 Negroes are now engaged in the practice of law. Perhaps 1,500 are in the medical profession, in which some have become specialists along various lines. Some have built and are conducting hospitals, as Doctors Williams in Chicago, Boyd in Nashville, McLennan in Charleston, Mossel in Philadelphia, Purvis in Washington, and others in other cities. There are several hundred dentists and pharmacists. They have written and published 400 books. They own and publish 300 newspapers and 12 magazines, some illustrated and others devoted to higher literature and criticism. In the public service, individual distinctions have been numerous. 2 Negroes have been members of the United States Senate, Revels and Bruce, and in the House of Representatives these have seen service: Elliott, DeLarge, Kane, Harrelson, Lynch, Nash, Rainey, Rancier, Wells, Rapier, Smalls, Turner, Ling, Lee, Cheatham, Murray, and White, and not one of these violated the decorum of his environments by fisticuffs or brought other scandal on himself or his race. There have been in the diplomatic service of the United States in foreign countries Bassett, Langston, Douglas, Greener, Van Horn, Garnett, Smith, Fastwood, Turner, Powell, Grimke, and Lyons. Negroes have filled the offices of Register of the Treasury of the United States and Recorder of Deeds of the District of Columbia. Terrell and Hewlett are now exercising judicial functions in the city of Washington. A number have served as postmasters, as few as collectors of ports, as Dancy, Smalls, and Crum. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rise and Achievements of the Colored Race, Part 2. Negroes have been employed in the United States Secret Service and in other important positions. W. H. Lewis is now Assistant District Attorney of the United States Court at Boston, Massachusetts. One of the complaints of the reactionists is that the people of the North are forcing Negro office holders on the white people of the South, but do not sanction the election or appointment of Negroes to office in the North. In discussing this matter, the Atlanta Constitution has repeatedly referred to the Northerners who hold that all things being equal, the Negro has the same right to hold office as the white man, as Yankee long-range philanthropists. This complaint is entirely without foundation. The liberty, the civil and political rights of the colored man, so far as impartial laws can make them secure, are absolutely assured in the North. Under them, the colored man is working out his destiny. Besides, the people of the North have encouraged every effort he has made to free himself from the blighting evils of slavery and rise to the stature of a man. Colored men have been repeatedly elected or appointed to offices in the North by the white people. D. A. Straker was elected and re-elected to a judicial office in Detroit, Michigan. Ruffin was appointed a judge at Boston, Massachusetts. Matthews was elected a judge at Albany, New York. Carr is an assistant in the district attorney's office of New York City. A colored lawyer fills a similar position in the city of Chicago. The city of Cleveland, Ohio, has elected Green and Smith, colored men, to the state Senate and the House of Representatives, respectively. Chicago has elected Morris to the legislature of Illinois. Detroit elected Pellon and others. Boston has repeatedly elected colored men to the legislature, Reed, Demo, and others, and colored men are enrolled in her city council. A colored man was chosen a member of the governor's council in Massachusetts. Philadelphia has elected colored men to her city council, and hundreds have been appointed on her police force and to various lines of service in the city government. Rhode Island has repeatedly elected colored men to her legislature, and Pennsylvania in the last national election chose a colored man, J. W. Holmes, as a presidential elector. The Boston Herald, referring to the colored men who have held positions in Cambridge, Massachusetts, says the list includes an alderman, 2 representatives in the legislature, 7 members of the Common Council, a chief of the fire department, where he was the only man of African blood, a policeman in the service for 19 years, a municipal bacteriologist, a commander of a white post of the Grand Army of the Republic, a trustee of the public library, and a woman almost purely African in blood as principal of a public school in a first-class residential district, with 6 white teachers as her subordinates, and with several hundred white pupils. Besides, Harvard University has paid distinguished honors to not a few men of color who have studied there. Cambridge is a city which, in its rank as a civilized community, can certainly compare with any south of Mason and Dixon's line, and yet none of its citizens would ever dream that in thus honoring certain of their fellows with Negro blood in their veins, they would render themselves liable to have a Negro ask the hand of their daughter in marriage, a contingency that proverbially is submitted for consideration as a poser when questions as to Negro equality are asked in the South. The thing is that in Cambridge, as in many other intelligent and correspondingly unprejudiced communities, a man, whatever his race, is regarded according to his capacity as a human being, and not by the color of his skin, any more than by the color of his eyes or hair. These are but few of the instances of the election and appointment of colored men to office in the North. They are alike complimentary to the colored man as evidence of his rise in civilization, and to the broad, patriotic, and benevolent policy of the people of the North in dealing with him. Practically in every northern state from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and from the Mason-Dixon line to the Great Lakes, colored men have been and are enjoying political preferment with the sanction of the great body of the people. The number of colored men and women who are in the employment of the government of the United States in the departments at Washington and other places will probably be a surprise to many people. These colored men and women reach the positions held not through political pull or favoritism, but by merit, generally through the civil service examinations. In the activities of church life, the colored man has probably scored his greatest success. As a minister, he was unhampered by race prejudice. His work was among his own people. To this work he gave himself with an earnestness and a spirit of self-sacrifice difficult to surpass. He freely offered to God and his people the service of the best talents he possessed. He was, and in many cases is at the present time, deficient in book learning, but there are essential qualities of mind and heart which he did possess and knew how to use to the glory of God and well-being of his fellow men. Above all else, the colored minister has demonstrated the ability of the Negro to organize great masses of the people into solid, compact bodies, hold them under discipline, enforce laws in the spirit of love, and make millions subservient to the teachings of the Christ. In the religious denominations, the colored man has demonstrated his capacity for self-government. Take, for instance, the African Methodist Episcopal Church. It has 6,429 ministers, 5,715 churches, 728,354 communicants, and property valued at nearly $12 million. It conducts 25 schools, the property value of which is $855,000. It publishes 2 weekly papers and a monthly magazine. It has a publishing house for its Sunday school literature at Nashville, Tennessee, and a publishing house at Philadelphia for books and periodicals. It has over 2,000 missions and about 15,000 members in Africa, and in addition it has missions in Canada, Haiti, and Bermuda, and also conducts schools in Sierra Leone, Monrovia, and Cape Town, Africa, and in Bermuda and Haiti. To operate this vast machinery, over $500,000 is now collected and expended annually. It has 12 bishops and 13 general officers. One of the bishops is assigned to Africa to watch over the work on that continent. Another denomination, the African Methodist Episcopal Zion, close in name and closer in sympathy and work to the African Methodist Episcopal Church, operates along similar lines. It has 3,810 ministers, 2,985 churches, and 542,422 members. It has all the machinery of its sister body, and its Christian Endeavor work is especially prosperous, having over 600 societies with more than 30,000 members. It has 7 bishops, a full complement of general offices, publishing plants, and 12 colleges and schools, with Livingstone College, Salisbury, North Carolina, founded by the eloquent J.C. Price, at the head of its educational system. There are several other colored Methodist bodies working along the same general lines. The colored Baptists are numerically the strongest denomination among the colored people, having 10,726 ministers, 15,583 churches, and 1,615,321 communicants. It carries on important missionary work in Africa and has a large printing and publishing plant at Nashville. And a unique fact is that about 45 newspapers in various cities are published in the name of this denomination. It conducts a number of schools, not only in those just mentioned, but practically in all the denominations. The colored man has found a home congenial to himself for the worship of God. A number of colored people are connected with separate churches which are not independent denominations, but are in fellowship with white denominations. These figures vary so slightly from those of another authority as to be practically the same. It is a matter of great significance that colored men should be operating great organizations, coextensive with the jurisdiction of the Republic, and reaching beyond into foreign countries, touching in the most direct way the hearts, interests, and welfare of millions of people. This work goes on year after year, so smoothly that even many who are influenced by it scarcely realize its proportions. These colored denominations own $41 billion in church property. A large percentage of the college-bred colored men are in the colored ministry. Many thousands of the colored ministers have had high, normal, or preparatory school training, and several thousands have had thorough theological training. There are colored physicians with incomes of $5,000 a year, and upwards, in colored lawyers who earn equally large sums. The colored race has successfully applied its education in all the vocations of life, in business enterprises in various lines, life insurance, building associations, organized charities, slum, prison, and temperance work, kindergartens and mothers' meetings, hospitals, nurseries, orphanages, and homes, benevolent club work, farming and truck gardens, savings banks, contributing to newspapers, contributing to magazines, lectures, papers before various bodies, college and student aid, fraternal societies and orders, theatricals, athletics, stenography and typewriting, telegraph operating, instrumental and vocal music, inventions, the several trades, and on through the long list of human endeavor. In some of these it has won worldwide fame. In the colored race there is probably more pathos and humor than in any other race, probably than in all other races combined. The Irish is the only other race that approaches it. These two races furnish the humor that kills dull and heavy cares and makes the people laugh. The colored Jubilee singers have made their impress on the civilized world. People of every degree have been swayed and moved by them. In minstrelsy, Billy Kersands, Sam Lucas, Tom McIntosh, and others will not be soon forgotten. Several regular theatrical companies have delighted audiences in this country and in Europe. The South before the war. In old Kentucky, the smart set and the superb company, Williams and Walker and other combinations have ministered to the public with satisfaction and profit. In these lines, the Negro has been frequently imitated, but not always with success. In athletics, Hart of Boston won the championship as a pedestrian. Taylor, the whirlwind bicycle rider, broke and made records and won fame in America, Europe, and Australia. And in the manly sport, Peter Jackson and George Dixon held the championship for years against all comers. About 500 patents have been taken out by colored men. A Negro patented the first machine for pegging shoes. Elijah McCoy has taken out 27 patents, mostly for lubricating. Granville T. Woods, 22, mostly electrical. W. R. Purvis, 16. Frank J. Farrell, 10. The patents taken out by Negroes cover appliances and domestic and personal service, agriculture, transportation, manufacturing, and mining, and other lines of inventions. In the fraternal and beneficial organizations, the Negro has gained great triumphs. The Order of True Reformers is probably the leading fraternal organization. It was organized in 1881 by William H. Brown and chartered in 1883 under the laws of Virginia with headquarters at Richmond. It started with 100 members and without capital. It now numbers 72,000 members, conducts a savings bank with a capital stock paid up of $100,000, has $300,000 on deposit, 10,000 depositors, conducts 5 stores in as many cities and which do a business of $100,000 a year. It operates 2 hotels. It owns $400,000 worth of real estate. It employs over 800 Negroes, and the total business transacted aggregates $8 million. In its beneficiary department, it has paid out in death claims $902,092.75. In sick benefits, it has paid out $1 million. It publishes its own newspaper, and its membership is represented in 26 states. Hundreds of thousands of colored people are also in other orders, including the Masons, Odd Fellows, Knights of Pythias, Foresters, Elks, Good Templars, and other societies intended to care for the sick and bury the dead. But it is as artisans and as tillers of the soil that the Negroes meet with their greatest success. The colored man has put his brain and his brawn into the trades and into farming and domestic occupations. The largely increased crops produced by Negro laborers, the cotton crop alone, has been doubled since emancipation, attest their increased efficiency and industry. The millions of Afro-Americans engaged in agriculture, mining, manufacturing industries, mechanical vocations and trades, fishing, commerce and transportation, and in domestic service and in other lines, make themselves felt in the life of the nation. Mr. Henry W. Grady of Atlanta, just before his death about 10 years ago, in a speech in Boston, declared that the Negro, through his labor, contributed $1 billion a year to the wealth of the nation. He is contributing more than that amount at the present time. Mr. Morrell of Pennsylvania, in a speech in Congress, says, in 40 years, the number of farms operated by white farmers increased 371,414, and of that number, 148,601, or 40%, were those of owners or managers, and 222,813, or 60%, those of tenants. In the period which witnessed this addition of white farmers in the South Atlantic states, 287,933 Negroes had acquired control of farmland in those states, of whom 202,578, or 70.4%, were tenants, and 85,355, or 29.6%, were owners or managers. In considering these comparative figures, account should be taken of the following facts. The Negroes at the close of the Civil War were just starting out upon their career as wage earners. They had no land and no experience as farm owners or tenants, and none of them became farm owners by inheritance, nor inherited money with which to buy land. Of the 371,414 white farmers added since 1860, very many were the children of landowners, and came into the possession of farm land or the wherewithal to purchase the same by inheritance. When this difference in the industrial condition of the two races in 1860 is taken into account, the fact that the relative number of owners among the Negro farmers in the South Atlantic states in 1900 was practically 3/4 as great as the relative number of owners among the white farmers of those states added in the same period, marks a most noteworthy achievement. The statistics for the South Central states show about the same proportions. As already stated, the total number of farms in the United States operated by Negroes in 1900 was 746,717. The value of these farms, including buildings, tools, machinery, and livestock, was $499,943,734. The value of the products of these farms, inclusive of products fed to livestock on the premises, was $255,751,145, and exclusive of products fed to livestock, $229,907,702. The value of the Negro farms was about 2.5% of the total valuation of the farm property of the United States, while the value of the products of the Negro farms was about 6% of the total value of the farm products of the United States. Turning to the southern states again, we find that the corresponding proportions are greatly increased. In round numbers, the values of all the farm property of those states and of the Negro farm property were, in 1900, $2,716,000,000. Total farm values, $413 million. Negro farm values. In other words, the value of the Negro farm property in these 10 states is about 15% of the total farm property in those states, and if Texas be eliminated, which is in much of its area not closely affiliated with the South, in which the Negroes have comparatively small interests, the proportion would be over 20%. The total farm products being $835 million, and the Negro farm products $206 million. Here, the proportion of the products of Negro farms as compared with the total farm products of the 10 states is seen to be nearly 25%, or taking out Texas, nearly 30%. In all parts of the country except the far west, the percentage of improved lands on farms operated by Negroes is greater than those of white farmers. In the south central states, the farms of Negroes had 68.3%, while the whites had but 28%. The total acreage of Negro farms is about 40 million acres. The New York World, speaking of the achievements of the colored man since his emancipation, says he owns 137,000 farms and homes worth $725 million. He has personal property to the value of $165 million, and he has raised $10 million for his own education. His per capita possessions amount to $72.50. To propose that the nation shall step backward in the face of such a stepping forward is a curious way to argue the superiority of the dominant white man. This is a practical age, and in such an age it is the results that count. The achievements briefly outlined above are the direct results of the system of education which was planned and executed by the pioneers who laid the foundation for the rise of a race. They were men and women of mature thought, ripe experience, broad-gauged intellect, great faith in God and in the colored man as responsive to the same influences as other men, and their mental vision swept the whole field of life rather than one phase of it. They acted on the advice of Colonel Higginson 40 years before he phrased it, to wit, what the whole nation needs is to deal with the Negro race, no longer as outcasts, but simply as men and women. The Afro-American must not permit himself to be specialized. Frederick Douglass was accustomed to say, "It is vastly better for the race to be a part of the whole American people in the same sense as other races than to be a little whole unto itself." The splendid record which has been made would have been absolutely impossible if emphasis had been put on industrial education and the race had been treated as a special order of humanity. The leaders of the South oftentimes make the claim that the white people are taxing themselves to educate the Negroes, and that they have spent on Negro education over $100 million since the emancipation. This is not a fair statement. It is not the truth. It is a myth. While the bulk of the taxes in the South is paid by the white people, it is also true that the productivity of the labor of the colored race on farm and field, in the rice swamps and wooded lands, in mines, factories, and workshops, and in all the diversified forms of toil, constitutes an important element in those taxes. The New York World is authority for the statement that 19,000 persons own the property of that city. Suppose these 19,000 people should claim that they were taxing themselves to educate the children of that city. The reply would be quickly made that labor pays the taxes. There are towns and cities in New England where one family or a few families own the industries which give prosperity to the communities. if the members of such family or families should proclaim that they are taxing themselves to educate the children of the thousands of working people, the answer would be given that labor pays the taxes. In the South, the masses of colored people are laborers, and the colored man's labor in the South pays the taxes for the education of his children, exactly in the same sense that a white man's labor in the North pays the taxes for the education of his children. It may also be borne in mind that the colored man contributes more than $1 billion a year by his labor to the wealth of the nation, so that he contributes in a single year 10 times as much to the commonweal as the South has expended on his education in 40 years. Besides, much of the accumulated wealth of the South represents the 250 years of the unrequited toil of the Negro. In all fairness, it can be said that the colored man, by direct and indirect taxes, and by the productivity of his toil, is carrying his share of the burden in educating his children. For generations, his labor educated the masters. In the evolution of the home life, the colored man has accomplished notable triumphs. The chief curse of slavery was the obliteration of the home. As the home is the foundation of the social organism, the colored people had to unlearn many things which the master class had taught by precept and example for 2.5 centuries before it was possible to begin aright the development of the home life. Under the old regime, the country life was darker intellectually, morally, and spiritually than the city life, and the closer contact of city life had its leavening influence. Barriers apparently unsurmountable have been overcome. The newly awakened desire for homes became a strenuous passion, which has led to the secure establishment of the family life on the legal and scriptural foundations. While the colored man has been the master of his own home for only 40 years, yet in this brief period he has bridged the chasm which divided him from his wife and separated him from his children, has learned the lessons taught day by day in the years of his bondage, has met with heartiness all the responsibilities involved in the family life, and now reaps and realizes to the full its joys, fruitage, and blessedness. No others among the cosmopolitan population of the Republic make greater sacrifice for the care and education of their children, or are more solicitous about their future, or take greater pride in their successes than these humble people. The colored mother, almost too poor for her poverty to be understood, yet with a mother's love and anxiety for her children, will waste herself away in the kitchen or over the wash-tub that her offspring may have the advantages of the schools. Unmindful of herself, the pittance she earns goes almost wholly to assist her children through college and into the professions. The illiterate father lengthens his hours of toil on the plantation and practices economy and self-denial in many directions in order that his promising sons and daughters may receive an education and enter upon a life of broad usefulness. To this true appreciation of the home and the recognition of its obligations may be ascribed not only much of the prosperity, progress, and happiness which freedom has brought to the colored race, but it is also the rock on which the race must build to ensure its salvation and a glorious future. The Negro race is struggling upward. It should have the sympathetic hand. It has surpassed the expectations of its friends, and it has put to confusion its enemies, who have taken their last stand on the ground of color alone. The rise and achievements of the race in American life and civilization overthrow all their preconceived ideas. But color cannot be a perpetual barrier in a republic. Manhood, patriotism, thrift, and the nobler qualities of mind and heart are superior to color and will break down such a barrier. The colored people need only to continue to develop along all lines and stand firmly for liberty, be faithful to the church, patronize the school, support the colored press, encourage professional men, cultivate the home life, practice thrift and economy, be helpful to each other in all the lines of endeavor, honor those North and South who champion the cause of freedom and love the flag of their country, and these shall be unto them the forces of the Lord of hosts, which shall overturn the oppressor and redeem a people. It is noteworthy that no dangerous or un-American tendency has developed among the Negroes. They are Americans of Americans, and national to the core. The late Reverend Dr. J.E. Rankin, for many years president of Howard University in the city of Washington, a man as strong and inflexible in character as the granite hills of his New England home, and whose presence was the balm of light and sweetness, and who has accomplished a grand and noble work to the uplift of humanity and the glory of God, wrote these beautiful lines. I know no difference of race, of African or Saxon, of tawny skin or rose-cheek face, of hair, of crisp or flaxen. The soul within, that is the man, there is God's image hidden, and there he looks each guest to scan, the bidden and unbidden. One God in love broods over all, one prayer to him is taught us, one name for mercy when we call, one ransom Christ has brought us, one heart of meekness, lowly mind, life's countercurrents breasting, our Father's house we hope to find, in God's own bosom resting. M. Taine, in his History of English Literature, Chapter 1, gives a description of a certain people who may not now be readily recognized. It is as follows: huge, white bodies with fierce blue eyes, ravenous stomachs of a cold temperament, slow to love, homestayers, prone to brutal drunkenness, pirates at first, seafaring, war, and pillage, their only idea of a free man's work. Of all the barbarians, the most cruelly ferocious, torture and carnage, greed of danger, fury of destruction, obstinate and frenzied, bravery of an over-strong temperament, with a great and coarse appetite, to shout, to drink, to gesticulate, to feel their veins heated and swollen with wine, to hear and see around them the riotous orgies. This was the first need of the barbarians. They left the land and flocks to the women. They sold as slaves their nearest relatives and even their own children. The Latin race never at first glance see in them aught but large, gross beasts, clumsy and ridiculous when not dangerous and enraged. To what people does M. Taine refer? This language describes in one stage of their evolution the proud and powerful Anglo-Saxon race, who are today the leaders and light-bearers in the world's thought and civilization. In the blaze of this bit of history there is no ground for despair of the American Negro. Christian education wrought the change in the Anglo-Saxon. It will in any people. Let the adherents of the Christian faith and the advocates of the commonality of man push the work of Christian education, and every step of its advancement will strengthen the foundations of the Republic, promote the peace of society and the purity of the Church, and multiply and realize the grand possibilities of Afro-American citizens, and they and the whole nation may sing with a new meaning and power, Julia Ward Howe's Battle Hymn of the Republic. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He has loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His day is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. He has sounded forth a trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free. His word is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The National Duty to the Negro, Part 1. This work would be regarded as incomplete if it did not at least venture to point out a way to some practical and substantial relief, and thus help to pave the path for the amelioration and ultimate obliteration of intolerable conditions. That something can be done, that something ought to be done, is the verdict of every patriotic citizen. The unwisdom of permitting matters to drift along until a dangerously acute state of affairs shall exist in the South, breeding serious trouble, must be patent to all. The Springfield, Massachusetts Republican, the Chicago Tribune, and the New York Evening Post, three of the most important and conservative journals in the country, have repeatedly called the people's attention to the painfully anomalous and threatening conditions in the South. Other journals and leading citizens have sounded the alarm. The nation remains amazingly apathetic, seemingly believing that somehow in the order of providence these evils will pass away. It was so with regard to slavery, but deep-seated evils do not cure themselves and seldom die of their own corruption. Is it either common sense or prudent patriotism to drift on until a settled condition, in essential respects worse than slavery, disastrous and volcanic in its possibilities, shall be established in the South? Is it not far better to face these evils and eliminate them? The manhood, the womanhood, the statesmanship, the all-pervading principles of Christianity, of the mighty republic, are entirely competent to bring this question to an equitable and righteous settlement. No other settlement will be enduring. Compromise may postpone, but it cannot settle fundamental questions of liberty and human rights. Truth, crushed to the earth, shall rise again. The eternal years of God are hers. The journals above mentioned have shown that the colored people are becoming restless under long continued persecutions, ostracisms, and outrages. Here and there they are beginning to take a stand under pressure. They have been wonderfully blessed with conservative and Christian leaders who have succeeded in restraining all attempts at retaliation. Have faith in God, trust the American people, continue to develop along all lines. All things are sure to come right. This is the teaching of the colored leadership. No people have ever displayed greater forbearance and long-suffering than the free men of color. Colonel Higginson, in an interesting magazine article, has taken great pains to show that the colored man is intensely human in all things and at every point. And here lies the danger, for there is a limit to human endurance. The dominant elements in the South make a fatal error in assuming that they alone must have the final word on the question, utterly ignoring the colored man whose interests are co-equal with their own, and contemptuously disregarding the nation whose interests of necessity are paramount. If the final word were in harmony with the Constitution and laws of the United States, there would indeed be no problem. But when the final word contravenes or supersedes the Constitution and laws of the United States, neither the colored people nor the nation can or will accept its finality. The lesson of history should impress itself here. Slavery was forced on the nation by a radical and minor element, determined on building up a peculiar institution, and which finally dragged the whole South into its support. The war of the rebellion was made on the life of the Republic by a radical and minor element, determined on perpetuating this peculiar institution, and which dragooned the whole South into it. The peace of the nation is now blasted by a radical and minor element, determined on the destruction of the liberty of the colored citizen and the building up of a new peculiar institution, and which has by incendiary speeches and writings, and by the machinations of secret conclaves, working more stealthily than the Ku Klux Klans, united the white people of the South against liberty and human progress, without regard for the majesty of the law. The Honorable Josiah Quincy, referring to the early days of slavery, said, "Disgust at it was so general as to be little less than universal. Among slaveholders, the language and hope of putting an end to the evil as soon as possible was on all tongues. But alas, it was far from being in all their hearts. Some of the leaders saw the advantages derived from it by the unity and identity of action and motive to which it tended, and its effect in making slave states move in phalanx over the free states. They clung to the institution for the sake of power over the other states of the Union, and while they were open in decrying it, they were assiduous in promoting its interests and extending its influence. By constantly declaring a detestation of slavery, they threw dust into the eyes of the people of the free states, while they never ceased to seize every opportunity to embarrass the measures which would advance the interests of the free states and at the same time to strengthen and extend the interests of the slave states. We can trace their policy in history. We now realize the result. With all their pretensions, the leading slaveholders never lost sight for one moment of perpetuating its existence and power. There may be discerned a sameness in the methods of the antebellum and the postbellum leadership of the South. Much dust is being thrown into the eyes of the people now by stock phrases, dire threats, and bald subterfuges. In the solid South, now there is the same unity and identity of action and motive, and its power in the government is unduly magnified. Equal laws for all is the antidote. In the light of history, it is clear that a majority of the American people did not at any time from the beginning up to the present time approve or justify the institution of human slavery, yet it grew and flourished and all but brought death and destruction to the Republic. The vast majority of the American people are now uncompromising in their opposition to a new and peculiar institution. The fierce fires of war consume the dross in the Constitution and that grand instrument as it stands, and the laws made in connection therewith leave no room for doubt that the people demand a truly free republic with equal rights for all Americans. This simplifies the question and indicates the remedy. First, the people should zealously and jealously guard the offices of President and Vice President and preserve them from defilement and desecration by any persons tinctured with caste or sectional prejudices, and who would exalt these above the Constitution and laws of the land. It is axiomatic that no citizen is worthy to be the president of the whole people who does not stand for equal laws for the whole people. The Constitution and laws of the United States are the paramount plank of any platform on which a president may be elected. These make all citizens equal before the law, and positively and absolutely forbid all discrimination on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Race or color should be neither a credential to public favor or participation in the government, nor a bar against the full enjoyment of any immunity or privilege under the government. The people should see to it that only such men as measure up to the constitutional standard shall be elevated to the presidential office or to the vice presidency. In guarding these offices, they will also be guarding the various cabinet chairs, and thus the administration of the government will be uninfluenced by the brutalism of the traditions of slavery or the Jim Crowism which at present rules the South. It is a travesty on free institutions, a jeer and sneer at a righteous national sentiment which demands equality of rights for all under the law, that the very men who are foremost in working for the wholesale disfranchisement of the colored people, contrary to justice, reason, and the Constitution, and subjecting these people who are equal citizens with themselves to gross humiliations and degradations, and inflicting on them many inhumanities, that these men are now contending that one of their own number shall be placed in the presidential or vice presidential chair. Is this not a mockery on civilization, a burlesque on Republican government? At the Virginia State Convention, to elect delegates to the National Democratic Convention, Governor Montague, in an address, advocated the nomination of a Southern man on the ticket, and at the very same time President Roosevelt was roundly denounced because he eateth with Negroes and drinketh with them. Mississippi, at her state convention, nominated the Honorable John Sharp Williams for vice president, and yet this Southerner, in a recent speech in the Congress, vociferously declaimed against the recognition of the political and manhood status of the colored man. Yoking the Negro to a mule is his loftiest idea of Americanism and humanitarianism. Such a man, the leader in a republic? It may interest the country to know that Mr. Williams was elected by a total vote of 1,433, scarcely enough votes to elect a constable in a northern township. This shows the farcical character of a Mississippi election. Think of it, 1,433 votes elect a member of the Congress from Mississippi when the population basis is nearly 200,000. Other Southern states are also urging favorite sons for these highest offices without a sign of compunction of conscience at the general nullification of the organic law and the shameful injustices and persecutions forced on 10 millions of American citizens. These men have already wrought the general ostracism of the colored race throughout the South, and by imposing on them systematic humiliations and degradations, they seek to take heart and hope out of the race and bring about its utter demoralization, and then plead these very conditions which they designedly created as the justification for harsher and more oppressive laws. The possession of the office of president or of vice president would greatly stimulate them in putting the final touches on the heinous work, for it would be construed as an endorsement by the people. The Atlanta Constitution, a leading Southern journal, with a snarl, demands that the South be represented in one of these offices. General Montague of Virginia cynically inquires, is this not a reunited nation? The following statement from the Boston Herald would seem to cover the issue. The people of the northern states do not carry their willingness to forgive and forget to the extent of ignoring the attitude of a representative Southern man toward questions of personal rights and public duty that are living questions. For example, the people of the North, as a rule, believe in the supremacy of the laws of the land and of the orderly processes of the courts of justice in dealing with violators of the law. They are not upholders of mob government and lynch law, and they will be likely to distrust the influence in the highest office of administration of one who has a record of approval or of tolerance of lynch law in his own state. They would object to a man of that kind from any section of the country. But in consideration of the notorious facts that this manner of lawlessness is more rife in the Southern states than anywhere else, that it is sustained apparently by a more powerful public sentiment, that vindictive murder by a mob is rarely followed by any punishment of the murderers, any Southern candidate for the chief magistracy of the nation would need to have an especially clear and conspicuous record of active fidelity to principles of orderly justice and Christian humanity in order to obtain the confidence of communities which have and desire to continue having assurance of the reign of law according to the standards of civilization. Again, the people of the North, as a rule, have a strong feeling that there should be equality of rights at the ballot box. They do not object to a high standard of qualification, and especially not to an educational qualification, nor strenuously, if it be deemed necessary anywhere, to a property qualification. But they do not think it to be consistent with democratic principles that men who are otherwise qualified should be permanently debarred from exercise of this high function of citizenship on account of race or of accidents of birth or fortune, not necessarily involving moral turpitude nor inability to understand, exercise, and conform to the obligations and the duties of a good citizen. They believe in the equality of all men before the law, and they are afraid, not without reason, that politicians who will resort to such tricks and subterfuges as have been resorted to in several Southern states to keep intelligent and moral colored citizens from the ballot box, while allowing unintelligent and immoral white citizens to have the suffrage, are not to be trusted with implicit confidence to protect the rights of any citizens whose opinions may not be agreeable to them. Furthermore, there is a prejudice in the North not so general and exacting as it ought to be perhaps, that politicians should be trustworthy in the matter of keeping their formal pledges to the people. The people are disposed to hold their public men to a rather strict accountability in this respect. They do not relish being fooled by men who ask for power on a specific agreement that they will not exercise it in a certain way, and when power is obtained use it in precisely the way they assured the people they would not. The recent action of the Constitutional Convention of Virginia in proclaiming a constitution without submitting it to the ratification of the people of the state in violation of the conditions upon which a convention was authorized is a case in point. Nothing has happened in the last 10 years, hardly anything since Southern conventions chosen to oppose secession voted for it, more influential to make Northern people reluctant to trust Southern politicians. Men who will do such a thing as if it were honorable must not complain if their professions of public policy are regarded with suspicion. This is not because they are Southern men, but because of the exhibition of untrustworthiness they have given. Northern men doing a similar thing could not command Northern support, as these Southern men seem to command Southern support. Considering the matter in another light, it is to be said that the people of the states, where political opinion is free, and where the public men of either party are, as a rule, mutually tolerant and regardful of the rights of all citizens, have a not unreasonable distrust of the narrowness of view and the partiality of conduct of a statesman hailing from a section where practically there is but one party, where generous toleration of differences of judgment concerning public affairs is not the characteristic of the people, a state controlled, as several Southern states are, by an oligarchy instead of the sovereign people, a state which is not democratic in the general sense of the term. It is not because these men belong to a geographical section, but because they are of a certain character, and represent a type of statesmanship which does not stand broadly for the substantial ideals of American institutions, equal rights and equal opportunities secured by impartial laws, justly enforced. When the South shall produce a man of broad and national instincts, a devotee at the shrine of liberty, a man whose character in public services shall give evidence that he is more an American than a Southerner, who is true to the letter and spirit of the Constitution and laws of this country, is not the slave of caste or race prejudice, upholds the principles of equal rights, regarding no man above the law and none below it. The American people will welcome the day as the harbinger of the era for which they have prayed and wrought, and no honor in their power would be too great or lofty for such a man. Second, national aid for education is an imperative necessity. Among the colored people, general illiteracy was the chief heritage of slavery. Among the whites, a heritage of dense ignorance existed in great areas. Statutes and penal codes prohibited the spelling book to the colored people, and the policy pursued to keep the Negro's mind in darkness also had the effect of blackening the mental vision of the whites. The strength of Jim Crowism lies largely in the illiteracy among both the white and the colored people of the South, powerfully sustained and influenced, of course, by the virus of slavery in the brain of the whites. This, in a word, is the true explanation of the distressing, disheartening, demoralizing conditions in the Southland. Education will raise the veil of mental darkness and chase away the clouds of ignorance, dispelling unreasonable antipathies and ameliorating conditions generally. It is not claimed here that education is the panacea or cure-all for every ill under the sun, but it is affirmed without the least reservation or fear of contradiction that Christian education is the greatest force in God's universe for the regeneration and uplifting of the people and the harmonizing of a nation. In former years, the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, had the right of way in the education of the people, but in these later days these have given place to the 3 H's, the education of the head, the hand, and the heart. There is no risk in assuming that when this threefold symmetrical education, the highest type of Christian civilization, shall have become as general throughout the benighted South as it is in the great, free, and prosperous North, great and prosperous because educated and free, then truly the vile Jim Crowism and its attendant lawlessness will cease to disgrace the American name. This work of education in the Southland is even now advancing. The people of the North, patrons and devotees of education, sent the spelling book in the trail of their armies throughout their marches in the War of the Rebellion, and when a place was captured almost before the smoke of battle had cleared away, the work of the schoolmaster was begun. Children, young people, middle-aged people, old men and old women were gathered into schools, both in the daytime and at night, and the foundation for the education of a race was laid. The barracks occupied by soldiers were, when vacated, turned over to the community to be used for schools. Out of such beginnings was developed the present school system of the South. The Republican organizations, which achieved the reconstruction of the South at the close of the war, took the cue from this and gave the South its first system of free public schools. These schools have grappled with the problem and have been nobly reinforced by Northern benevolence. A vast work has been done, but a work as vast, probably more so, yet remains to be accomplished. The financial power of the several states, ably seconded though it is by Northern benevolence, falls far short of meeting the emergency. Neither the several states nor the benevolence of the North seem to have the capacity to increase their working forces materially. Supplemental aid from the national treasury is an absolute necessity if the illiteracy which hangs over the South like a black pall is to be lifted, thereby eliminating the blighting and cankerous evils which are gnawing into the heart of the Republic and are a constant irritation and an ever-present disturber of the people's peace and prosperity. The census of 1900 places the total number of white illiterates above 10 years of age at 3,200,746. The total number of Negro illiterates is given as 2,853,194, so that in the country at large there are more illiterate whites than Negroes. It is therefore manifestly unjust to single out the Negro and make him the target for denunciations and the object of oppression on the ground of illiteracy. The census also reveals the rather startling truth that while the southern states have only 24% of the total white population of the United States, yet they nevertheless have 64% of the white illiterates over 10 years of age. Naturally, the mass of colored illiterates are also in the South. The total Negro school population, that is from 5 to 20 years of age, aggregates 3,485,188. The school facilities of the South do not reach half of the Negro children of school age, and a large percentage of the whites are also without school privileges. If the utter inadequacy of the length of the school term should be taken into consideration, a school term in many cases being from 4 to 8 weeks in the year, it could be said that the large majority of the children of both races in the South are growing up practically in ignorance, and will greatly reinforce the present large army of illiterates which mark the danger line in the life of the nation. President Charles W. Dabney of the University of Tennessee, in an address before the Southern Educational Society, said, "Our duty to the new time in the South is the duty of educating all the people. It is the task set by Jefferson for Virginia in 1779, only changed and made more urgent by the extension of suffrage to another race. This is the real Southern problem. How shall we educate and train the people? It is the problem of the whole country, in fact. How shall we educate all the people for intelligent citizenship, for complete living, and the true service of their God and fellow men?" Our conception of public education has grown very greatly in these last years. It has grown in two ways, first in content and second in kind. This conception now includes every human being. We realize now that all must be educated, that every human being has a right to an education. God has a purpose in every soul He sends into the world. The poorest, most helpless infant is not an accident, a few molecules of matter merely, but a plan of God, and as such deserves to be trained for its work. Every child has a right to a chance in life because God made him and made him to do something. But we must consider our problem more nearly. and in more detail. Our problem is the education of all the people of the South. First, who are this people? In 1900, these states south of the Potomac and east of the Mississippi contained, in round numbers, 60,400,000 people, 10,400,000 of them white and 6 million black. In these states there are 3,981,000 white and 2,420,000 colored children of school age 5 to 20 years, a total of 6,401,000. Only 60% of them were enrolled in schools in 1900. The average daily attendance was only 70% of those enrolled. Only 42% are actually at school. One half of the Negroes get no education whatever. In North Carolina, the average citizen gets only 2.6 years. In South Carolina, 2.5 years. In Alabama, 2.4 years of schooling, both private and public. But why is it that the children get so little education? Have we no schools in the country? Yes, but what kind of schools? The average value of a school property in North Carolina is $180. In South Carolina, $178. In Georgia, $523, and in Alabama, $212. The average salary of a teacher in North Carolina is $23.36. In South Carolina, $23.20. In Georgia, $27. And in Alabama, $27.50. The schools are open in North Carolina an average of 70.8 days. In South Carolina, 88.4. In Georgia, 112. And in Alabama, 78.3. The average expenditure per pupil in average attendance is, in North Carolina, $4.34, in South Carolina, $4.44, in Georgia, $6.64, and in Alabama, $3.10 per annum. In other words, in these states and schoolhouses costing an average of $276 each, under teachers receiving the average salary of $25 a month, we are giving the children in actual attendance 5 cents worth of education a day for 87 days only in the year. In 1900, the percentage of illiterates among males over 21, native whites, mind you, the sons of native parents, was in Virginia 12.5, in North Carolina 19, in South Carolina 12.6, in Georgia 12.1, in Alabama 14.2, in Tennessee 14.5, and in Kentucky 15.5. This exposition of the school facilities in the South, as discouraging as it is, does not expose the worst side of the question. The colored people are touched near to the heart, for the provisions for the education of the millions of colored children are woefully and alarmingly inadequate. Commissioner Harris of the Bureau of Education furnished the information that the state of Florida provides $1.89 per capita for a full year for the education of colored children, North Carolina $1.02, and South Carolina only 73 cents. When it is considered that Massachusetts spends $38.11 per capita for the year on her school children, New York $41.68, and Illinois $25.16, the contrast must leave a disturbing impression on the mind of every thoughtful citizen. It is evident the South cannot handle this problem alone. More than half of its children of school age are practically without schools to attend. The nation should come to the rescue. A system of national schools under the Bureau of Education, especially in the agricultural districts, generously supported for about 15 years, would efface illiteracy and remove the excuse for unrighteous laws, and this would add vastly more to the strength of the Republic than more battleships and a larger army. Horace Mann said, "Every follower of God and friend of mankind will find the only sure means of carrying forward the particular reform to which he is devoted in universal education. In whatever department of philanthropy he may be engaged, he will find that department to be only a segment of the great circle of beneficence of which universal education is the center and circumference." Third, equalization of representation in the Congress and the Electoral College by reducing the number of Southern representatives. In a previous chapter, the inequality of representation has been clearly demonstrated. All that has been said there would apply here. A white man in the South is entitled to one man's share in the government, but not more than one man's share. When by circumventing the Constitution he usurps power which makes him 3 times as strong at the ballot box as a man in New England or the Great West, then the equilibrium of representative government is destroyed. The Constitution of the United States says, representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for President and Vice President of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officers of a state, or the members of the legislature thereof, is denied to any of the male inhabitants of such state being 21 years of age and citizens of the United States, or in any way abridged except for participation in rebellion or other crime, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state. The Congress shall have power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article, so that the Constitution imposes on Congress the duty of fixing representation and preserving the equilibrium of the states in the government. When the white people of several of the Southern states summoned state conventions with the avowed purpose, proclaimed boldly and above board, to disfranchise the colored voters and remove them from all share in the government, they well knew the penalty provided in the Constitution to meet such a case. They acted with their eyes wide open. They ought not to haggle or balk now that the time has come for Congress to act. The National Republican Convention recently held in Chicago wrote this plank in its platform: "We favor such congressional action as shall determine whether by special discrimination the elective franchise in any state has been unconstitutionally limited. And if such is the case, we demand that representation in Congress and in the Electoral College shall be proportionally reduced as directed by the Constitution of the United States." This blank, which is directly in line with the Constitution and simply seeks the equalization, the due proportioning of the several states in the affairs of the government, has set the South ablaze. But the country has come to know from exasperating experiences that anything and everything which would bring to the reputable, talented, prosperous colored citizen a just meed of recognition, or which would tend to prevent the South from having undue advantage in the affairs of the government, would most certainly set the South ablaze. The following expressions from representative Southern sources will disclose how unreasoning and unreasonable is the Southern mind on questions which may even remotely and indirectly affect the colored people. Colonel Watterson of Kentucky says, President Roosevelt, by injecting this dreadful racial problem into the contest, has invited inevitable defeat. Mr. Thomas F. Ryan of Virginia says, its real spirit is found in that deliberate declaration about Southern representation, a spirit which foreshadows a new forest bill and makes inevitable a concerted movement to revive all the evil passions to which such an appeal is made. Colonel Henry B. Gray of Alabama says, it boldly declares in effect that the Republican Party is a Negro party, playing the Negro above the Southern white man. It means Negro domination. The Montgomery Advertiser says, but there is one result that is sure to follow this movement, and that is that it will still further solidify the South. Congressman Patterson of Tennessee says the plank in the Republican platform, which threatens a reduction in the representation of the Southern states, is a revival of the worst days of the bloody shirt, is an insult to Southern manhood. The Atlanta Constitution says the South got a slap in the face in the shape of the Crumpacker threat to reduce its representation because of local suffrage laws. Senator Tillman of South Carolina says, if Roosevelt wants to force Negro social equality on the South, we are ready to meet that issue, and we will meet it, I think, to begin with in our platform. Governor Vardaman of Mississippi says, I sincerely hope that the Democrats will accept the challenge and come out squarely for the white man's government. I do not believe that any announcement that could be made by the convention at St. Louis would go quite so straight to the heart of the white American voters as a clear-cut declaration against permitting Negroes to participate in the government of the nation. These are a few of the multitudinous comments of leading Southerners. The plank is not the remotest relation to the question of social equality. The reduction of Southern representation according to the constitutional limitations would not alter or in any way affect the standing of a single colored man in the whole South. It would not add one single colored voter to the electorate of any of the states. It would not disqualify a single white voter. The Southern leaders could continue to carry elections unopposed or by a practically unanimous vote, for the colored man would be as much out of politics as at present. There are two expressions bearing on this plank which are of unusual interest. The Honorable John Sharp Williams, in his keynote speech at the National Democratic Convention at St. Louis, said, "The real object of the Republican Party, insofar as the plank is concerned, however specious the phraseology in which it is clothed, is to reduce Southern representation without reducing that of Massachusetts, Connecticut, and other states, or wherever the Negroes are disfranchised, not as such, but because of ignorance, by an educational qualification, or because of any other right reason, in any other constitutional way." Disfranchisement of a Negro in Mississippi for ignorance is a horrible thing. Disfranchisement of a white man for ignorance in Massachusetts or Connecticut is a part of New England higher education. Let not the business interest of the country deceive itself. Let those controlling it prepare, if Roosevelt is elected on this platform, for another period of uncertainty, unrest, business disturbance, and race war in the Southern states, instead of that peace and prosperity which both races now enjoy, and which has been rendered possible only by home rule and by white supremacy. In keeping with all this, consider the Negro Santo Bambino scene in the Republican National Convention, the wild adoration of my little Alabama coon, or was it a Georgia coon? Why was it all thus prearranged, and by whom? Who were the two little white girls placed on the same platform with the little Negro boy to march around with him carrying flags? Who pretends that it was accidental? What was the pretended lesson to be taught? What is the subtle symbolical meaning of it all? It is the beginning over of the old scheme, revived for political advantage, to retain as a Republican asset the solid Negro vote in Indiana, Illinois, New Jersey, and like-conditioned states, this time without price in money paid, by disturbing all over the South and peace and order, by demoralizing, reviving industries, unsettling business and labor, disintegrating society, and as a remote effect, if successful, by hybridizing the race there and Africanizing its civilization. Are not these the utterances of the ranting Negro-phobist, playing to the mob to excite and inflame, raise passions and strife, rather than those of the calm and wise statesman, handling a delicate and weighty question? Every man in this country knows, and Mr. Williams himself knows, despite his evasions, that the colored man is disfranchised in Mississippi and other Southern states on the ground of color alone. There is not a reputable citizen, white or colored, who would protest against the disfranchisement of the ignorant or degraded white or black man. The demand is that there shall be one law, applicable alike to both races. Such a law applies in every northern state. The people of the North have, at the solicitation of Southerners during late years, invested considerable money in the railways and streetcar systems of the South, and other large sums have been invested in factories and various industries and in building up the waste places. This generous outpouring of Northern capital, coupled with Northern hustle and brains and the hard and faithful toil and drudgery of the colored people, are the two greatest factors in the development of prosperity of the former slave states, the New South. Nevertheless, Mr. Williams has the hardihood to threaten the American people with the direst consequences if, in the exercise of their sovereign will as freemen, they shall dare elect Mr. Roosevelt as the President of the United States. Prepare, says he, if Roosevelt is elected on this platform, for another period of uncertainty, unrest, business disturbance, and race war in the Southern states. This is a reckless challenge. It means that if the reactionists, a radical and minor element, are not permitted to force on the Republic a new peculiar institution with incalculable possibilities for evil, destructive of liberty and constitutional government, degrading the white man as well as the colored, burdening the country with a problem greater and graver than slavery, and securing through this institution enhanced and undue political power, which would be a revolting injustice to every state of the North and West. Then they will make reprisal on Northern capital invested in the South and bring about a race war on the Negroes. However, he will not be able to make good his threat so far as the business interests of the South are concerned. The good sense of Southern businessmen will take care of that, but he or his friends can make reprisal on the Negroes or make bonfires of them at will, but public opinion can be depended upon to stay the hand. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Aftermath of Slavery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. The National Duty to the Negro, Part 2. What possible connection is there between the reduction of Southern representation to the proper constitutional basis and the hybridizing of the South? Such reduction certainly does not bring the races any closer together. It does not alter the status one way or another of a single colored man, nor change the status of a white man. As to the hybridizing plaint, Mr. Williams should go slow, for all the hybrids in the South are children of white men. All the hybridizing which has been done there is the work of white men. But why denounce the hybrids? They have absolutely no responsibility in the matter. Would Mr. Williams dare to go a step further and pour the vials of wrath and indignation on all the fathers of the hybrids? The colored man is far more concerned about keeping the white man from entering his back door than he is about knocking at the white man's front door for social recognition. Such good offices as may come to him he may accept, but he does not clamor for more. The truth is that hybridizing can progress in the South only so far as the whites themselves shall carry it, and the colored man would rejoice in the day when the honor of his wife and daughter shall be respected, and they shall become immune from the taint. The people of the North will not go into hysterics because a white child and a colored child wave the flag of the United States in the presence of 10,000 American patriots. Colored men fought and died for that flag even when threatened with death if captured by those for whom Mr. Williams speaks. The people of the North want the colored child to love and honor Old Glory even as the white child honors and loves it. And it may come to pass that the little colored boy, James B. Cashin, the son of a reputable colored citizen, whom Mr. Williams denounces as an Alabama coon, in his maturity shall fight and die in the defense and honor of the flag of his country. In all the days of slavery, colored children and white children, boys and girls, freely played and romped together, and ate out of the same plate with their fingers. There was no protest against it. Another expression of surpassing interest is the plank in the platform adopted at the National Democratic Convention, which reads as follows: The race question has brought countless woes to this country. The calm wisdom of the American people should see to it that it brings no more. To revive the dead and hateful race and sectional animosities in any part of our common country means confusion, distraction of business, and the reopening of wounds now happily healed. North, South, East, and West have but recently stood together in line of battle from the walls of Peking to the hills of Santiago, and as sharers of a common glory and a common destiny, we should share fraternally the common burdens. We therefore deprecate and condemn the Bourbon-like selfish and narrow spirit of the recent Republican convention at Chicago, which sought to kindle anew the embers of racial and sectional strife, and we appeal from it to the sober common sense and patriotic spirit of the American people. The chief significance of this plank is the fact that it is a demonstration that the reactionists and radical leaders of the South have accomplished the remarkable feat of capturing the National Democratic Party, horse and foot, and have Jim Crowed it. The thoughts in this plank are simply the echo of the speech of Mr. Williams, supplemented by the views of Senator Tillman and Governor Vardaman. The merest glance at the proceedings of this convention will show that it was dominated by the extreme reactionists of the South. For instance, Congressman Williams of Mississippi was the temporary chairman and keynote speech maker. Congressman Champ Clark of Missouri was permanent chairman. Senator Daniels of Virginia was chairman of the Committee on Resolutions. Senator Tillman of South Carolina was the High Cockalorum, and he and Senator Carmack of Tennessee, Governor Vardaman of Mississippi, and Senator Bailey of Texas were the referees and censors and directors of the entire proceedings from the beginning to the end. It would seem a joke to regard these men as representing Americanism, who would urge their fitness to fix the standard of American life and shape the destiny of the American Republic. It was an ill omen that this great national gathering should have been, to all practical purposes and intents, turned into a sectional, a Southern powwow, and it is noticeable that in this aggregation not once was the commanding voice of an eminent or a trusted Northern leader heard above the din, nor was such a leader assigned an important post. The South was in the saddle, and the extreme reactionists held the reins. What indeed could be more preposterous than that this free nation of 80 million people should surrender their government to the control or influence of Tillman and Vardaman and their cohorts that dominated the convention? The thought of it makes the brain reel. Mr. James S. Henry, a special and responsible newspaper correspondent, reports in the Philadelphia Press that from Pettigrew of South Dakota, who was a member of the Committee on Resolutions, it is learned that the South's only vigorous contention was for something against the nigger, and the South got its Jim Crow plank, as predicted by Senator Tillman and Governor Vardaman. A strange fatuity has followed the Democratic Party by reason of overbearing Southern leaders. In the days of slavery, it became the helpless tool of the slaveholder. In 1864, in the great crisis of the war, and a year after the chivalric Lee had been hopelessly beaten and driven back from Gettysburg and the invasion of the North, it declared the experiment of war a failure. In 1868, it declared the reconstruction of the South as unconstitutional, revolutionary, null and void. In 1876, a streak of sanity came to it, and it recognized the questions of slavery and secession as having been settled for all time to come by the war. In 1884, Mr. Cleveland saved it from daftness. In 1894, in the midst of President Cleveland's second administration, it broke loose from all restraint, and not even the well-known firmness and cleverness of the president could doctor its mania. It pitchforked him, repudiated him, threw him overboard, and went wildly daft. In 1896, it fell a victim to populism, free silver, and other fads. In 1900, it did likewise, and in 1904 it became the helpless prey to the microbes of Jim Crowism and adopted a Jim Crow plank, which is intended by its sponsors to get the people's endorsement for a new, peculiar institution, more dangerous and less excusable than slavery. Not a word of criticism is here directed against Judge Parker, the eminent New York jurist who was nominated for the presidency of the United States, and not a syllable unfavorable against Senator Davis, the distinguished citizen of West Virginia, who was nominated for the vice presidency, for they both represent the best class of Americans, and not a word of disparagement to the progressive and prosperous Commonwealth of West Virginia, which is rather to be congratulated on having such a worthy and distinguished citizen within her borders. But the Jim Crowing of the convention was a national misfortune, as it lends plausibility to the Southerners' declaration, "We've got our heel on the neck of the niggers, and we can hold them down, and we've got a clutch in the craw of the Yankees, and we will choke down their throats our views on the Negro question." Successful choking was done when the convention swallowed the Jim Crow plank. This plank is a compound of cupidity, cunning, hypocrisy, and mendacity, and will confuse no one. Historically, it was not the race question, but in truth the slaveholders, a minor element of the people, who threatened at the time of the founding of the government not to enter the Union unless slavery was recognized, saying that it was temporary, and promising its certain abolition, and who afterwards strengthened and fastened the barbarous institution on the Republic, who are responsible for the countless woes to this country. And it is those who have inherited the ideas of the slaveholders that are now exerting all their powers and chicanery in defiance of the laws of God and the laws of their country and the moral sentiment of mankind, and regardless of a most costly and bitter experience, along lines which, if continued, will as certainly bring other countless woes to this country. Indeed, the calm wisdom of the American people should see to it, yes, will see to it, that the South is saved from the folly of its leaders, and the Republic from the crime of serfdom. North, South, East, and West have but recently stood together in line of battle, from the walls of Peking to the hills of Santiago. This is mendacious. Was ever the truth so mutilated in order to serve a mean and base purpose? It is a matter of public knowledge that the very first regiment summoned from the Western barracks to the front in the Spanish-American War by General Miles, who was at that time at the head of the army, was a colored regiment. It was ungrudgingly stated at the time, and universally accepted, that the chief honors won in the fights around the hills of Santiago were fully shared by colored soldiers, the 9th and 10th Colored Cavalry, and the 24th and 25th Colored Infantry. It is not intended to underrate to any degree the invaluable services of their white comrades in arms who contributed to the victory, but while there were of course others, Colonel Roosevelt's Rough Riders and the 9th and 10th Colored Cavalry were the two forces which make forever memorable the Santiago campaign. Before the timely and heroic charge of these colored soldiers, San Juan Hill would today mark the greatest defeat and humiliation that American arms have ever met. Colonel Roosevelt, by far the most heroic figure in that war, said, "I know the bravery and character of the Negro soldier. He saved my life at Santiago, and have had occasion to say so in many articles and speeches. The Rough Riders were in a bad position when the 9th and 10th Cavalry, colored, came rushing up the hill carrying everything before them." The New York Journal concerning this battle said, "The two most picturesque and most characteristically American commands in General Shafter's army bore off the great honors of the day, in which all won honor. No man can read the story in today's journal of the Rough Riders' charge on the blockhouse at El Caney, of Theodore Roosevelt's mad daring in the face of what seemed certain death, without having his pulses beat faster and some reflected light of the fire of battle gleam from his eyes." And over against this scene of the cowboy and the college graduate, the New York man about town and the Arizona badman, united in one coherent war machine, set the picture of the 10th United States Cavalry, the famous colored regiment. Side by side with Roosevelt's men they fought. These black men, scarce used to freedom themselves, they are dying that Cuba may be free. Their marksmanship was magnificent, say the eyewitnesses. Their courage was superb. They bore themselves like veterans, and gave proof positive that out of nature's naturally peaceful, careless, and playful military discipline and an inspiring cause can make soldiers worthy to rank with Caesar's legions or Cromwell's army. The Rough Riders and the Black Regiment in these two commands is an epitome of almost our whole national character. And further, hard by the walls of Peking and in the Philippine Islands, the colored soldiers at the command of the government of the United States in defense of its flag have but recently stood together in line of battle with their white compatriots and moistened the parched sands of that tropical land with their warm life blood. The late President McKinley, in an address to the State Normal and Industrial School for Colored Persons at Prairie View, Texas, shortly before his death, said, "In our recent war with Spain, your race displayed distinguished qualities of gallantry upon more than one field. You were in the fight at El Caney and San Juan Hill, the black boys helping to emancipate the oppressed people of Cuba, and your race is in the Philippines carrying the flag, and they have carried it stainless in honor and in its glory." He also said, "Your race is moving on and has a promising future before it. It has been faithful to the government of the United States. It has been true and loyal and law-abiding. Be true then to the truth in history. The colored soldiers are the Southerners who won the greatest glory in the Spanish-American War. Is it a Bourbon-like, selfish, and narrow spirit to demand that no section of the country shall enjoy unfair and undue advantage in representation in the government over any other section? Should it kindle anew the embers of racial and sectional strife to equalize representation in a representative government according to the basis and limitations of the Constitution? For what does the Constitution exist, or is the solid South above and beyond the Constitution of the United States? Are the immense, incalculable business, financial, industrial, and commercial interests of this republic best safeguarded by giving a white man in South Carolina or Mississippi 3 times as much power at the ballot box, in the Electoral College, and in the Congress as a man in New York or Wisconsin or Indiana or New Jersey or Connecticut? Did not the solid South vote for free silver and free trade in the last 2 national elections? The facts and figures given in a previous chapter prove beyond all cavil or question that it was the Negro vote that elected Mr. McKinley in 1896 and saved the country from disasters and woes which words can hardly overstate. The New York World, speaking of some of the grave and serious consequences the nation escaped through Mr. Bryan's defeat in 1896, and for whom the solid South voted, says, "The free riot plank was quite as obnoxious as the free silver plank. The resolution proposing to deny the right of private contract in money transactions was likewise bad. The intimation that the Supreme Court would be packed to secure the reversal of distasteful decisions was scandalous. The postponement of tariff reform until the money question has been settled as the cheap money men wanted it settled was a betrayal of the traditional democratic principle upon which the party has elected its only presidents since the war. The opposition to the use by federal courts of the writ of injunction was calculated to leave the government powerless in the face of emergencies requiring prompt action to protect life, industry, and property against mobs and conspiracies. The votes unjustly wielded by the solid South are the greatest menace that faces the nation, and may in a close or doubtful election produce embarrassments bordering on chaos. The South has seized powers unlawfully by wholesale disfranchisements, and wholesale disfranchisement in the South effects the partial disfranchisement of every northern state. The demand, therefore, for equalization of representation in the Electoral College and in the Congress, and the preservation of the balance of power among the states of the Union, is of vital concern to the whole people. It is a condition, not a theory, that faces the country. The combined white population of South Carolina and Mississippi, according to the census of 1900, is 1,199,007, and these 2 states elect 15 members to the Congress, while the combined white population of the states of Minnesota and Nebraska is 2,793,562, being 1,594,555 greater than the white population of South Carolina and Mississippi, and yet they elect only 15 congressmen. The states of Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Rhode Island, and Connecticut have a total white population of 2,757,262, being 1,558,417 greater than the white population of South Carolina and Mississippi, and yet they elect only 15 members of the Congress. By this Southern method, 1,594,555 white people in Minnesota and Nebraska, or 1,558,417 white people in the New England states named above, have no voice in their government and are practically disfranchised. South Carolina, Mississippi, and Louisiana have a total white population of 1,928,719 and elect 22 congressmen, while Ohio has a white population of 4,060,204, being 2,031,485 greater than that of the three named southern states, yet elects only 21 members of Congress. The states of Indiana and New Jersey have a total white population of 4,270,825, being 2,242,146 greater than the combined white population of South Carolina, Mississippi, and Louisiana, and yet elect only 23 members of Congress. By this southern method, 2,031,485 white people in Ohio, or 2,342,106 white people in Indiana and New Jersey, are deprived of a political status and are without a share in their government. By massing the colored population of South Carolina, Mississippi, Georgia, Louisiana, Florida, and Alabama, the injustice and inequality will appear even more flagrant and condemnable. The total colored population of these states is 4,433,605. The Southern leaders refuse to recognize the colored man as the equal of the white man at the ballot box in the South. Nevertheless, they count him and play him as the equal of the white man in the North in order to secure unfair, undue representation in the government. By appropriating to themselves full representation for these 4,433,605 colored citizens and playing them against great northern states, they can effectively achieve the political effacement of the 4,060,204 white citizens of Ohio, or the 4,734,873 white citizens of Illinois, or the 4,270,825 white citizens of Indiana and New Jersey, or the 4,456,474 white citizens of the North Central states, Wisconsin and Michigan, or the 4,209,881 white citizens of Kansas, Minnesota, and Nebraska, or even completely neutralize, nullify in the Electoral College and in Congress the voice of the great empire city of New York with its imperial interests, together with the states of Connecticut and Rhode Island and Delaware thrown in for good measure. Furthermore, by taking representation on these 4,433,605 colored people, they completely offset, negative in Congress and in the Electoral College, the entire white population of all the states west of the Rocky Mountains, namely California, Washington, Montana, Idaho, Nevada, Oregon, and Utah, to which we can add North Dakota and South Dakota, and still have 1,153,508 Negroes left to overwhelm and negative white voters in other states. It is as true now as in the days of slavery that the solid South grasps the advantages derived from the unity and identity of action and motive, and would move in phalanx over the great states of the North by dividing them and catching here and there a few congressmen and presidential electors. But will not the methods employed to make and keep a solid South also make a solid rather than a divided North? A North solid, however, only for justice, the right, and constitutional government. The solid South wields approximately 50 votes in the Electoral College and also in Congress based on its colored citizens. All the New England states taken together have only 29 votes. What free man of the North, whether Democrat or Republican, socialist or prohibitionist, or of whatever party, would condone this flaming injustice and crying wrong which destroys representative government and menaces free institutions? He must regard himself as the third of a man, for the white man in South Carolina or Mississippi is 3 times as potential at the ballot box and in the affairs of the government as he. The question is greater than party. It cannot be smothered or brushed aside by the hypocritical shrieks of sectionalism. The only sectionalism in this republic is that which is fomented, kept alive, and forced on the people by the un-American perverse attitude of the leaders of the solid South. The Constitution of the United States is plain, explicit, mandatory. It imposes on the Congress the duty of equalizing representation in the government. Whether the Southern constitutions which have wrought wholesale disfranchisement of the colored citizen are constitutional or unconstitutional, in whole or in part, is not a matter of particular concern to Congress in equalizing representation in the government. The Southern leaders have proved themselves experts and past masters in framing laws for the oppression and degradation of others. They may, by circumlocutory wordings and cunningly devised phrases, and the skillful manipulation of sentences have succeeded to some extent at least in cheating the Constitution of the United States, but it may be discovered that cheating one section by a grandfather clause does not invalidate other sections, but the disfranchising constitutions and laws of the Southern states are not constitutional for the reason that they are a fraudulent restraint on liberty and representative government, and were so intended to be. The presiding officer of the Louisiana Constitutional Convention, in his closing address, said, "What care I whether it, the Constitution, be more or less ridiculous or not? Doesn't it meet the case? Doesn't it let the white man vote? And doesn't it stop the Negro from voting? And isn't that what we came here to accomplish?" Thus these leaders themselves brand their constitutions as frauds and even glory in the fraudulent work, but Congress is master of the situation, so that it matters not a particle whether the Southern constitutions are constitutional in whole or in part, if the fact exists that there are bodies of the male inhabitants 21 years of age and citizens of the United States in sufficient numbers to attract attention and destroy the equilibrium of representation in the government, and who have not participated in rebellion or other crime, and yet are denied the right to vote. In whatsoever state such bodies of male citizens are denied the right to vote, it is the imperative duty of Congress to reduce the basis of representation therein to the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state. The enforcement of this section of the Constitution of the United States will prevent the Republic from being ruled by an oligarchy. For although an oligarchy may seize states and under one pretense or another disfranchise large bodies of the citizens, it cannot count those so disfranchised as the basis of its representation in the government. This too must promote and strengthen the broader liberty of the people. Mr. Hardwick of Georgia, in a recent speech in the Congress, said, "If Congress should be unwise enough to elect to exercise this discretionary power vested in it by Section 5 of Article 14, it will not only be the most serious strain of the present cordial relations so happily existing between the sections, but it will require a readjustment of the basis of representation that will not start at the Potomac and at Rio Grande, but will stretch from Hatteras to the Golden Gate, from Maine to Florida, and will embrace in its majestic sweep every state and territory in the Union, and even our new islands of the sea. This thread is characteristically Southern. The only cordial relations that can bind together the sections of a republic are based on the equality of representation. Inequality destroys cordiality. They cannot coexist. The fundamental guarantee of cordial relations between the sections is the equal obedience of the sections to the Constitution of the United States. In equalizing representation, it would be fair, wise, and just to yield every Southern state full representation for its entire white citizenship, supplemented by the number of colored citizens actually enrolled as voters. This information is easily accessible, as the laws and constitution of some of the Southern states were made for the express purpose, openly and publicly avowed, of disfranchising the colored citizens. It would not be necessary to follow the intricacies, windings, and tricks as to how the details are worked out. The main purpose and results only are worthy of consideration. The Northern states should have identically the same basis, its entire white citizenship, plus its registered colored votes, but as no colored man in the North is disfranchised, practically the whole colored citizenship would be counted. The South is stopped from all complaints because it would have the full and unrestricted power to enlarge at any time its electorate and thus increase its representation. Reducing Southern representation would not, of course, settle the question of suffrage, but it would be a start in the right direction. It would chill the disposition of the states for wholesale disfranchisement. States covet more, not less power. The struggle will go on until impartial laws shall regulate the suffrage in every state. The better South will assert itself. The 15th Amendment is an impregnable fortress, and no law which the reactionists' ingenuity can invent can keep all colored men from the ballot box. No one who now has the franchise can lose it. The work of the schoolroom will gradually remove all the artificial barriers which now exist, and the approach to the ballot box will be greatly facilitated. Some fears have been expressed that the Southern leaders might even accept reduction of representation in order to get rid of the Negro vote, and that such reduction might be construed as an endorsement by the nation of wholesale disfranchisement. These fears are illogical and groundless, and are entirely without a basis in reason, political science, or history. In the first place, the Southern leaders would oppose reduction of representation to the limit of their power for the sake of their own political salvation. But even if they should accept it, it must still be remembered that the Southern leaders are not the Southern people, but only a very small fraction of them. A majority of the whites would not view reduction of representation with the same complacency that they show for the disfranchisement of the colored race. As a matter of fact, many Southerners are opposed to wholesale disfranchisement and regard the grandfather clause as a subterfuge reproachful to Southern manhood. The inflamed South is not the sober South. The sober South would never give up 1/3 of its representatives in Congress and also in the Electoral College in order to uphold a flagrantly unmoral and disastrous policy. More than this, the sober South would shrink from thus publicly and directly impeaching itself in the eyes of civilization and Christianity. There should be no temporizing or halfway measures, but reduction should be based in full on that proportion of the colored population not represented on the list of registered voters. The South being thus shorn of 1/3 of its power, it would be much easier to enact such additional laws as the nation may adjudge necessary to enforce the 15th Amendment. But nothing can be more certain than that the sober South will break away from the reactionists at this point, or before it is reached, rather than provoke the nation to the enactment of further legislation. It is already realized that the madness of the reactionists has produced the woes of the South. As sure as the sun shall shine, the Southern people, under a patriotic, noble-hearted, and broad-minded leadership, will rise in revolt and overthrow the Jim Crowites and reactionists and wipe out any policy which would thus destroy the power, dignity, and standing of their states, and which would relegate such states to the position of pocket boroughs or sagebrush communities. In the second place, the reduction of representation would not be an endorsement of wholesale disfranchisement, but only the application of the penalty. If a man commits a theft or any other offense, and the law is invoked and he is duly punished, no sane person would ever pretend that the invocation of the law and the punishment of the offender is an endorsement of the crime. Such reasoning would overturn civilization. Penalties operate correctionally and not as endorsements of offenses, whatever their character. Reduction of representation would punish and also at the same time work out the correction of the offense of wholesale disfranchisement. How? Such reduction would have the immediate effect of making the entire colored population a valuable asset in the political life of the South, whereas, as things stand now, the colored man is a political non-entity. The reactionists disfranchised him because they saw that under present conditions nothing was to be gained by allowing him the ballot, and that by denying him the ballot nothing was to be lost. The colored man was thus counted, insofar as his own recognition was concerned, simply as a cipher in the political equation of Southern life. In politics, as in other matters, things go by values. In the economy of life, everything of value is put to use. Make the Negro of political value to the South, just as he is of industrial value, and the South will protect his ballot because it will serve its interest to do so. Reduction of representation would instantly reverse present conditions and put a political value on the head of every colored man. The reactionists could not then treat the colored man as a cipher and at the same time profit by the full representation based on the colored population to strengthen their oligarchy. The colored man would have inherent political value, and to secure its benefits, the South would be compelled to recognize his right to cast his own ballot. He would thus be transformed from a cipher into a unit, from a mere abstraction into a political personality. His ballot would be restored under just and equal laws, and he would be protected and assisted in the wise use of it by the conservative and patriotic elements, for it would mean 5 more votes in Congress and as many in the Electoral College for Georgia, 4 votes each for North Carolina, Texas, South Carolina, Virginia, and Alabama, 5 more for Mississippi, and a corresponding increase in other states according to the colored population. Is any man crazy enough to believe that a majority of the white people of South Carolina that old and historic commonwealth, rich in renown and prestige, would surrender 4 of her 7 representatives in the Congress and the Electoral College at the beck of Senator Tillman, simply to carry out a degrading, unmoral, and unrighteous policy, injurious alike to its white and colored citizens, or that Mississippi would give up 5 of her 8 congressmen and electors at the dictation of Governor Vardaman, or that the great state of Georgia would cut her congressional and electoral delegation in half to humor the frenzy of the Honorable John Temple Graves, or as a tribute to the social equality boogeyman. Such a condition, even if it were possible, would only be transient. It would provoke revolt. The liberal and patriotic elements would desire and could have no better platform than such an issue on which to appeal to the people to save the prestige, power, and honor of their commonwealths and demand fair and equal laws for all the people. When the white people of the South shall thus approach the suffrage question with honest purposes and in the broad spirit of patriotism and humanity, and enact fair and honest election laws, taking every needful precaution to ensure good government by the rule of intelligence, thrift, character, and property, punishing alike the man who sells his vote and the man who bribes it, prohibiting the use of money in campaigns except for specified purposes, eliminating from politics the ignorant, vicious, shiftless, and criminal classes, whether white or colored, discarding the unholy and un-American policy of the reactionists in violating the Constitution and subjugating the colored race, assuring the colored man of the protection of his civil and political rights, giving him considerate treatment, recognizing his right to representation in the government, and so dividing his vote, they shall have the hearty goodwill, applause, and benediction of every honest man and patriotic citizen of the land, for the race question will then be solved, and in the only way that it can be solved, by respecting the ethics of the Christ, and by the due observance of the organic law of the Republic, and it will be removed from the arena of politics. The solemn appeals and warnings of 2 eminent Americans may fittingly close this chapter. One is of the South, the other of the North. Both are of national reputation and represent the best type of American manhood. Ex-Governor William O. Bradley of Kentucky, in a recent address, said, "Men of the North, we come from the battlefield, consecrated to freedom with the blood of your brave sons in their names and by their memories. The disfranchised South appeals to you for justice. Shall it be said that your sons marched and fought and died in vain? Shall it be said that a nation can exist, part slave and part free? Are people free who are forced to bear the burden and yet denied the highest privilege of citizenship? If it be true that warrant may not be found in the Constitution to prevent disfranchisement, then we beg that you no longer permit the disfranchised and oppressed to be estimated for the purpose of increasing the electoral strength of their oppressors." And the late Mr. James G. Blaine, in the North American Review, after affirming that the South wrongfully gains a great number of electoral votes by reason of its unlawful seizure of political power, goes on to say, "Our institutions have been tried by the fiery test of war and have survived. It remains to be seen whether the attempt to govern the country by the power of a solid South, unlawfully consolidated, can be successful. No thoughtful man can consider these questions without deep concern. The mighty power of a republic with a continent for its possession can only be wielded permanently by being wielded honestly. In a fair and generous struggle for partisan power, let us not forget those issues and those ends which are above party. Organized wrong will ultimately be met by organized resistance. Impartial suffrage is our theory. It must become our practice. Any party of American citizens can bear to be defeated. No party of American citizens will bear to be defrauded. The men who are interested in a dishonest count are units. The men who are interested in an honest count are millions. I wish to speak for the millions of all political parties, and in their name to declare that the Republic must be strong enough and shall be strong enough to protect the weakest of its citizens in all their rights. To this simple and sublime principle let us, in the lofty language of Burke, attest the retiring generations. Let us attest the advancing generations, between which as a link in the great chain of eternal order we stand." And there may be added these forceful words from the New York World: "If the Southern Democrats who are forcing these measures do not perceive their ultimate inevitable consequences, they are lacking in political understanding. the preponderating vote of the northern states will not consent permanently to representation in Congress and in the Electoral College of millions of disfranchised inhabitants in the southern states, especially as this true when the disfranchising qualifications apply and are intended to operate not against illiteracy or shiftlessness or unworthiness, but solely against color. Back, however, of the questions of political expediency and of the equality growing out of the representation of non-voters is the deeper question of constitutional guarantees and of the anomaly and danger in a republic of an enormous number of citizens disfranchised for their color alone. Colonel T. W. Higginson read a poem before the Phi Beta Kappa Society at the late commencement of Harvard College, which concludes as follows: The humbler friends who ne'er betrayed a trust, and never in defeat yet turned their back, stood firm till gunshots strewed them in the dust. Why need they pardon for their faces black? 100,000 Negroes filled your ranks, when most depleted with their manhood strong. Shall we not still keep warm the nation's thanks, while lingering days those modest lives prolong? They saved you, charged Fort Wagner, they held out, held the coast safe that Sherman might pass through. You built Shaw's statue, can you calmly doubt that those who marched with him should vote like you? Not fit to live, some say, an alien race. Oh, set them all aside, advisers cry. Their birth a shame, their color a disgrace. Not fit to live, you trusted them to die. Not on these walls your tribute need be paid, but in the outer world your teachings rule. Hereby your thoughts a nobler conscience made gives to the nation's life a loftier school. To praise oneself by flattering all the great, how easy! Worthier honors then were won, when Harvard kept her cherished laurels late, and placed them on a humbler Washington. Within this hall, she cried, protect the low, till all earth's children from this life are whirled, to see fulfill the debts we vainly owe, and find God's justice in a nobler world. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Aftermath of Slavery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. Public Opinion Omnipotent, Part 1. Prince Talleyrand, probably the most resourceful, astute, and remarkable European diplomatist of his day, said there is one who is wiser than Voltaire, and has more understanding than Napoleon and all ministers, and that one is public opinion. In the equitable settlement of complex and vital issues incident to the life of a free and self-governing nation, the arbitrament of the sword being eliminated, public opinion is the court of last resort. Its mandates are imperative and final. From its inexorable decrees there is no escape. It inspires, formulates, and executes the laws of a people. The public opinion of the nation is, and of necessity must be, paramount. The peace and prosperity, the honor and dignity, the good order and safety, and the perpetuity and sovereignty of the nation are dependent on this. For the laws of a self-governing nation represent the consensus of the public opinion of the nation. If South Carolina and Mississippi can violate with open defiance and impunity certain sections of the Constitution of the United States at will, what is to prevent Utah and Wyoming from overthrowing other sections and still other states from nullifying remaining sections? How much of the Constitution is to be left intact? If this wonderful instrument, the grandest charter of liberty on the face of the earth, the hope of man, can thus be torn into tatters and threads, of what avail is the consensus of public opinion, the saving salt of a nation's life? What becomes of national honor, authority, sovereignty, When the public opinion of this nation shall cease to be sovereign, then the republic is dead. The public opinion of this nation, in the free exercise of its plenary and sovereign powers, removed the fetters of slavery and made the colored people citizens, acknowledging to them the birthright which belongs to every man, the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and it is the prerogative and binding duty of the nation to make the full enjoyment of these natural rights and privileges secure and complete. The United States being a nation, the allegiance and loyalty of the citizen is not to a state or section, but to the nation. It must necessarily follow, as a corollary, that the highest, the supreme prerogative of the nation is the protection of the citizen. The relation is reciprocal. This involves the very life of the nation itself. In the protection of its citizens, the nation finds its own protection. President Lincoln, in the heat of the anti-slavery agitation, declared, "This nation cannot continue to exist half free and half slave." He was right. President Garfield, in his inaugural address 20 years after the slaveholders' unsuccessful rebellion against the Republic, said, "There is no middle ground for the Negro race between slavery and equal citizenship." He was right. There was no peace with the nation half free and half slave. There can be no peace with the nation half free and half serf. Men may cry peace, peace, but there is no peace. The extreme and unreasonable, the unchristian and un-American attitude of the South is the fly in the ointment, the disturber of the public peace. No one will deny that it ought to be and is a most ardent and even sacred desire of every good citizen that peace and concord, unity and good fellowship shall exist between the several sections of the country and among all of its inhabitants. But the essential, the elementary condition of this consummation, most devoutly to be wished for, is a fair and faithful, a just and honorable administration of the law for all the people, without regard to race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The policy pursued by the South and portrayed in these pages and proved by evidence unquestioned and incontrovertible, a policy of mob rule and lynch law, oppressive, proscriptive, and unlawful legislation, harsh persecutions and general ostracism and debasement of all colored people, regardless of their moral worth, their thrift and industry, their superior mental endowments, their value to the community, or their service and sacrifices for the nation in the storm and stress of war, is not constructive of the peace of the nation, but on the contrary is destructive of the very foundation of peace. When one class of citizens seize local governments and inflict gross wrongs and inhumanities on another class of equal citizens in defiance of the organic law, it is a matter of concern to the whole people. The familiar phrases, hands off, no interference, we will settle the question to suit ourselves, smack of haughtiness but not wisdom, of audacity but not honesty, and will deceive no one. Hands off when the liberty and hope of 10 millions of American citizens are being openly assassinated. No interference when these people are being stripped and despoiled of every essential manhood right of a free American. We will settle the question to suit ourselves when that settlement leads to serfdom, with abuses even blacker and more bestial than slavery. If a colored man, preeminent in character and of superior talent, a high officer of the government, is invited to a function at the White House, or another of admitted ability and standing is appointed to a federal office, the churlish and childish plaint is made, it is an insult to the white people of the South. A social boycott is flauntingly proclaimed against the President of the United States, and the demand made that he shall be treated in all respects by Southern people precisely as if he were a Negro, and with absolute indication that he is not of our race or in any respect socially an equal with us or a fit associate for us or any of us. The press reports show that many leading Southerners have absented themselves from the social functions at the White House, as if by this childish act they could coerce the President to violate the liberty and rights of citizens whom his oath of office binds him to protect. If a Northern man has the temerity to make a manly plea for fair and honorable treatment of the colored people and condemns oppression, he is met with the charge of stirring up sectional strife, waving the bloody shirt, and is denounced as the fool friend of the Negro. The social and business boycott is rigorously applied to any white person in the South who may treat the educated and cultured Negro with the courtesy due a gentleman. The Northern man residing in the South and who is the victim of this un-American code and who does not show the colored man the kindness or courtesy he would show if residing in the North is paraded as being as hostile as the Southerner to the recognition of the colored man. Principal Booker T. Washington, admittedly the most distinguished Southerner living and pronounced by Mr. Carnegie one of the greatest men of the age, registers in an Indiana hotel. The next morning, a white chambermaid refuses to make up his bed because a nigger had slept in it. She at once becomes the heroine of every Jim Crowite in the South. Letters of congratulation are poured in upon her. Subscriptions are made up in various parts of the South, and thousands of dollars are showered upon her. Her courageous act consisted in offering an unprovoked insult to an unoffending gentleman. Mr. Washington sends his daughter to a Northern boarding school. The demand is made that Southern white girls shall leave the school. An Italian keeping a restaurant in a Mississippi town sells a colored man a meal. His place is immediately raided, and he is driven from his home. Any incident is seized upon to inflame passions against the colored man. During the riots in New Orleans, a Northern white man was arrested and fined $25 for protesting against the killing of innocent Negroes and admitting to the judge he had said that a Negro in body and soul is as good as a white man. At Memphis, Tennessee, a Northern white man who justified President Roosevelt dining Principal Booker T. Washington was promptly thrashed, and the cry has gone forth that no quarter shall be given to anyone who shall dare to interpose against this policy. Is this not choking Southern ideas down Northern throats with remarkable vehemence? These things are sufficient to cause the patriots of 1861 to turn in their graves. Did they destroy slavery and save the Union, only to have the cardinal doctrine of the Southern Confederacy reenacted into law throughout the Southland and forced on the nation as slavery was forced on it? This is not a basis which makes for the peace of the Republic, nor will the people be silent in the consummation of such a sin against heaven and crime against humanity. The American people lack neither courage nor conscience. The issues thus raised must be bravely met and overcome, as have other issues equally perplexing and menacing. The South was wrong even if it was united on the slavery question, but public opinion destroyed slavery. The South was wrong even if it was united in making war on the Republic, but public opinion saved the Republic. The South was wrong even if it was united in its threats to shoot colored soldiers and their white officers when captured, but public opinion kept the colored soldiers on the firing line and protected them. The South was wrong even if it was united in passing the Black Code, but public opinion destroyed the Black Code. The South was wrong even if it was united in its hostility to the great measures of Reconstruction, but public opinion achieved the Reconstruction it wanted. The South is wrong, even if it is united in the extreme un-American and unholy attitude assumed today, and public opinion will be found equal to the task of dealing with it. Public opinion spoke through the ballot box in the national election held in the fall of 1904. The overwhelming vote given in support of the victorious candidate attests the adherence of the people to the principles advocated in these pages. Never before in the history of the Republic have the people, the true American sovereigns, given such an emphatic demonstration of their power through the instrumentality of the ballot box, and so splendidly and gloriously confirmed their devotion to the principles of liberty and constitutional government. Every state in which there was a free and fair expression of public opinion was carried by President Roosevelt by majorities which daze the political mind. New York gave 170,000 majority, Illinois 300,000, Michigan 206,000, Kansas 126,000, Minnesota 126,000, Wisconsin 130,000, Nebraska 85,000, Massachusetts 92,000, California 125,000, Ohio 240,000, Connecticut 75,000, Indiana nearly 100,000, Washington 72,000, and Pennsylvania over 500,000. In 10 states, his majority ranged from 100,000 to more than 500,000, and his combined majorities in 15 states exceeded Judge Parker's total vote. The total vote cast in the 13 southern states, including Maryland, which Judge Parker carried, was 2,033,226, of which he received 1,238,878. The total vote polled in the 32 states carried by President Roosevelt was 11,475,270. But it must be remembered that the South, while casting only 15% of the whole number of votes polled, nevertheless has 34% of the presidential electors. About one-third of these electors are based on the colored population, who, in large measure, are disfranchised by trick election laws. This is like killing the sheep and yet still expecting to possess and be benefited by the annual crop of wool. The continuance of such gross inequality invites gravest consequences in case of a close election. It is a most impressive fact that President Roosevelt's majorities alone in the 4 states of New York, Illinois, Ohio, and Pennsylvania were greater in the aggregate than the total vote cast for Judge Parker in the 13 southern states, including Maryland. President Roosevelt's popular majority at large was 2,547,578, being more than twice as great as the whole number of votes polled by his opponent in the solid South. The political cataclysm struck and shook to the center. The border states and West Virginia and Missouri enrolled themselves on the side of progress and humanity. Maryland half yielded, and old Kentucky weakened. The former seceding states stand alone, isolated, embittered, out of touch with the liberal and progressive ideas of the sister states, without reconciliation to the popular will, and refusing to keep step in the march of civilization to the music of the Union. The following post-election expressions from leaders of the Old South will disclose the poverty of the South in its public life, incapable, sober, constructive, statesmanlike leadership. The Louisville Courier-Journal says, "From Theodore Roosevelt we ask no quarter and expect none. He is infinitely a worse enemy of the white men and women of the South than any of the radical leaders of the past." In the Huntsville, Alabama Mercury, Mr. Robert T. Bentley says, "It appearing that Theodore Roosevelt, the head and front of the Republican Party, which represents the dangerous policies of civilization, protective tariff, imperialism, and social equality, has been elected President of the United States by a strictly sectional vote, and has established an insurmountable barrier between the North and South, I feel constrained to express my humble opinion, as a true and patriotic American citizen of the South, that if the Republican Party should continue its dangerous policies for the next 4 years, and should triumph in the next national election, the 13 states which voted for Alton B. Parker should secede from the Union, and by force of arms resist an oppression which means the early fall of our great republic." In an interview, General John W. A. Sanford, one of the oldest and best-known citizens of the South, says that the South is practically ostracized. There is one policy for the South to pursue, that it may retain its prestige, its honor, and all it holds dear in its social as well as political life. Abjure national politics, participate in no future national political conventions, allow the Northern Democrats and Northern Republicans to hold their own conventions and vote their own tickets. Let the South select and elect its own electoral ticket and vote in the Electoral College for that party or candidate whose principles are more in accord with our own policies, and whose policies will promote in the greatest degree the peace, power, and prosperity of the Southern people. And when we become more populous and more wealthy, the Northerners will court the Southerners, our interests will be more respected, and our views of government will receive greater consideration from the political parties of the Northern states. The Atlanta Journal says, "Let the South remain true to its traditions, true to the principle of white supremacy, true to the principles of democracy, and let it stand by itself in national politics until its support is sought on its own terms. The Journal and the Atlanta Constitution also demand that the South shall nominate its own candidate for the presidency at the next election. Judge J.M. Chilton says, "We had as well recognize this position and make the best of it. In my opinion, the South ought never again, at least for several years to come, enter a national Democratic convention or any sort of national political convention. The Southern states, which have been thus driven to solidification, should hold a Southern convention and align themselves with that one of the Northern parties which will promise us most. Let them fight it out with their own Reds and Socialists. Let the South give its aid to that one of the parties which is at least objectionable. In such a position, the South will hold the balance of power, and it will not be long before we will be accorded the position and influence to which we are justly entitled." The News and Courier, Charleston, South Carolina, says the North was also solid, and solid without cause, solid on sectional lines for a sectional party, a sectional candidate, and for sectional purposes. The Columbia State declares that if trouble is provoked, the Negroes will be the chief sufferers, and a dozen Roosevelts cannot help them. Senator Carmack of Tennessee denounces the Pharisaical people of New England and the rotten politicians of the North and the press of the North for misrepresenting the Southern people. The Honorable John Sharp Williams of Mississippi goes to South Carolina, the cradle of the former secession, and preaches a new rebellion against the Republic. This time, however, thanks to his discretion, it is to be a bloodless war. He advises the South to uphold its nullification of the Constitution of the United States by refusing to obey any law the sovereign people of the Republic may enact through their representatives in Congress to equalize representation. The New York World makes the following comment on Mr. Williams' speech. Martyrdom was joined to nullification in the doctrine of passive resistance, which John Sharp Williams, the Democratic leader of the House, preached to the people of Spartanburg, South Carolina, Friday night. On the assumption that Congress might reduce Southern representation in accordance with the provisions of the 14th Amendment, Mr. Williams proceeded to lay out a program of passive resistance for the South. "I know of no power on earth or in heaven except a direct intervention of God," he said, "that can force a state legislature to pass a bill redistricting a state so that it shall contain 4 or 5 or 6 congressional districts instead of 7 or 8. Mr. Williams then advised the Southern states to pay no attention to an act reducing representation if one should be passed, but to elect their representatives on the old basis and send them to Washington. The House would refuse to seat them and would withhold the payment of salaries. Judicial proceedings could then be instituted to determine whether the act of Congress was constitutional. In the meantime, all the Southern states would be without representation and would stand as a visible object lesson to the flinty-hearted brethren of the North. But if the question of reducing representation in accordance with the 14th Amendment were under serious consideration in Republican councils, the blame would rest upon the South alone, or more specifically upon the sinister cunning that devised the grandfather clause and the other discriminating franchise provisions in the new state constitutions. Nobody in the North is disposed to quarrel with the South for disfranchising ignorance, for disfranchising viciousness, or for disfranchising shiftlessness. The objection is to a policy that disfranchises only Negro ignorance, viciousness, and shiftlessness, while assuring the franchise to the most worthless white trash that can prove a voting grandfather or get a political committee to pay his poll taxes. Mr. Williams gives his whole case away when he says that he and his friends would be willing to submit gracefully to reduced representation if the country would repeal the 15th Amendment. What the Southern politicians wish to do is not to withhold the suffrage from the elements that pollute it, but to disfranchise forever such men as Booker T. Washington and Professor Du Bois, along with the most depraved levee loafers for the crime of not having white skins. To such a program the country will never give its consent, and Mr. Williams wastes his breath in suggesting it. The American people are not yet ready to surrender the fundamental principle of their institutions, that in respect of political rights all men are created equal, and that the Republic is opportunity. When the South asks this surrender, it is asking the impossible. The plan of Congressman 1433 Williams, the numerals indicate the total number of votes he received in his canvass for Congress, has about as much common sense in it as that of the man who attempted to drain the ocean by emptying buckets of water on the beach. The republic will not be coerced, nor can the government be destroyed by sulking. A way will be found under the Constitution to elect delegations at large, and voters will be found to vote for them. The South must repeal its grandfather constitutions and other trick election laws which defraud the people of an equal share in their government, and enact fair laws for representation must be reduced. These leaders present the South in a pitiable plight before the eyes of the world. It is indeed a matter for deep lamentation and profound regret that a land so wonderfully blessed by nature, and with the members of one class of its population at their best, so hospitable and chivalric, and with the other class so peaceful, responsive, and hard toiling, should become the prey of unbalanced leaders and wild reactionists. The justice which man owes to man, the righteousness which God exacts of all, the peace and fraternity which are the nation's need, and the love, charity, and helpfulness which the Christ teaches apparently find no place in their minds, hearts, or works. Why does not the South accept with the same heartiness and in the same spirit of patriotism and fraternity the result of the election that has been made manifest in every hamlet of other sections of the Republic? Why should it remain offensively sectional to its own detriment and the marring of the peace of the nation? Why does it cling so tenaciously to the barbarous traditions of slavery, which are out of harmony with the age, repugnant to the national conscience and ideals, and frowned upon and disowned by the whole civilized world? The Honorable Thomas E. Watsman of Georgia, candidate of the People's Party for president in the last campaign, gives the philosophy of the matter in a recent speech in saying, "The politicians keep the Negro question alive in the South to perpetuate their hold on public office. The Negro question is the joy of their lives. It is their very existence. They fatten on it. With one shout of nigger, they can run the native Democrats into their holes at any hour of the day. Nevertheless, the tremendous uprising of the people on Election Day and the unprecedented avalanche of ballots which carried Mr. Roosevelt to the presidential chair after a campaign of abuse and detraction cannot fail to have a sobering effect, and the prophecy may even be ventured that a show of firmness in upholding the Constitution by an aroused public opinion will mark the opening of a new era in the Southland, the beginning of the end of the dominion of incapable, rancorous, and implacable reactionaries. The handwriting is on the wall. The people have spoken. The meaning of the election is plain. It means that the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States are incontestable, that the liberty and citizenship of the colored man are no longer open to challenge, and are not to be the football of cheap John politicians, that he shall take his place before the law in common with other races and thus work out his destiny. It means the overwhelming condemnation of wholesale disfranchisement, lynch law, and burnings at the stake, proscriptive laws, the attempt to inaugurate a new form of slavery, and the rampant and unbridled Jim Crowism, which was constantly flaunted in the face of the nation and offered gross insults and indignities to the President of the United States. For, indeed, it was not the tariff, nor the gold standard, nor the trusts, nor imperialism, nor the Philippines, nor large expenditures for the Army and Navy, nor all of these combined that aroused and rallied the sovereigns of the land to the Roosevelt standard. The party in opposition did not propose any summary or radical changes along any of these lines, but it was because the people loved him for the enemies he has made, and because he stood as firm as adamant against the assaults and traducings of the reactionists, and proclaimed his ceaseless devotion to the ideals of liberty as held by Abraham Lincoln, and for a republic of law, orderly government, equal rights and opportunities, and the door of hope for all Americans without regard to race, color, or creed, or whether rich or poor, because his personality embodied the American ideal. The New York World, which has been repeatedly quoted, is generally regarded As the leading democratic organ of the country, it has always been friendly to the South and has rendered it invaluable services. No one would accuse it of leaning toward the colored man or fawning upon him, but in its discussion of the race question it has been fair, firm, and fearless. It has emphasized some thoughts since the election which the white people should ponder over, calmly weigh, and digest. In various issues it says, "The American people will never accept the dictum that a Negro scholar is the inferior of a white ignoramus, that a Negro gentleman is the inferior of a white blackguard, that a man's title to consideration rests on the color of his skin and not on his character and his achievements." The world hopes that this little lesson has finally been thoroughly learned. Never before in our history were so many votes cast for a candidate for office. Black and white, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile vied with one another in testifying at the ballot box their faith in Mr. Roosevelt's purposes and their confidence in his statesmanship. If the South wishes to take the Negro question out of national politics, the quickest way is to stop burning Negroes at the stake and to abandon the un-American notion that the meanest of white scoundrels is better than the most industrious, intelligent, honorable Negro. If the race question played any part in the recent campaign, the South alone is to blame. It was the South that raised the Booker T. Washington issue. It was the South that advanced the monstrous doctrine that the better qualified a Negro was to hold a federal office, the more objectionable was his appointment. You cannot convince the people of the North that it is a heinous crime for a president of the United States to lunch with a Booker T. Washington, whatever the color of the Washington's skin may be. They will no more worry about equality between American and African than about equality between American and Chinese when the president invites the Chinese minister to dinner. The white people of the South must come back to the first principles of liberty, constitutional government, and fraternity. They are in fact, and by right, and should be in spirit, a harmonious part of the Union, cheerfully cooperating with other sections in enacting, administering just and equal laws, and adding to the moral grandeur of the Republic. Isolation is a mistaken policy. It bodes no good to the South. It keeps alive sectionalism and bitterness. The South is the chief sufferer. The policy is childish. It rests absolutely in the power of the South, and it alone, to destroy sectionalism. This will be a truly harmonious nation, and the last vestige of sectionalism will disappear when the white people of the South, like the people of the North, shall accept in good faith the constitutional amendments which manumitted the slave and restored him to his place in the brotherhood of men. And in recomposing the relations between the races, there are two elemental truths which will count mightily in an honorable, righteous, and lasting settlement. The first of these is that the white people, deep down in their hearts, do not hate the colored people. As paradoxical as it may sound, they really love them. They would not exchange them for any class of laborers in the wide world. The second is this: the colored people do not hate the whites. On the contrary, they cherish genuine friendship and affection for them. The races are not as far apart as it may seem. The excessive bitterness, rank intolerance, and contempt, and the extreme and violent forms of prejudice displayed toward the whole colored race are not an expression of the true heart of the whites. They are rather due to the artificial conditions and influences purposely created by the Bourbons, the pernicious and mischievous leaders, to strengthen and aggrandize their political power and establish an oligarchy. The entailments of slavery made it possible for them to inflame the whites beyond reason and drive the mass of them into stark madness on the race question. To undo their work, the repeal of all proscriptive laws, the enactment of impartial suffrage and acknowledgement of the right of its rewards to office based on good citizenship and merit, the protection of life, liberty, and property, the due punishment of all criminals according to law and not color, the protection of the laborer, and the elimination of all forms of peonage, the overthrow of mob rule, and the guarantee of equal rights before the law for all, white and colored alike. These should become the self-imposed task of the best and decent elements of the South. Thus could they bring peace to the nation and reconciliation between the races. Thus could they vindicate the honor of the South and emancipate its name from shame. From the womb of the South itself, there surely would come men with the honesty, courage, and statesmanship of those beacon lights in the early history of the nation, men like Henry and John Lawrence, Pinckney and Gadsden of South Carolina, Jefferson, George Mason, Madison, and Randolph of Virginia, and Luther Martin of Maryland, who cried out against the wrong of oppression and servitude at the very incipiency of the nation's birth. What they denounced as a wrong then is a crime in the light of today. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Public Opinion, Omnipotent, Part 2. The advent into public life of men of their mental caliber, political honesty, and moral courage, men broad in statesmanship, liberal-minded, invincible to passion and prejudice, devoted to free institutions, will be the harbinger of better days for both the white and colored people of the sunny South, as it will also mean the overturn and banishment into political oblivion of the reactionists, the Negrophobists, the Jim Crowites, and the whole brood of those who fatten on public office or public patronage by preaching hatred and strife between the races, and who are the worst enemies the Southern people have to fear. The nation longs for peace, but peace which is purchased at the sacrifice of the dictates of justice and humanity and the vital principles of Christianity is not only too costly in price, but it is a worthless peace. It is worthless because the conscience of the American people will not accept it. It would not even bridge over matters. The mere announcement of peace, purchased at such a price, would open wide the floodgates of agitation and strife. The dominant leadership of the South is endeavoring to turn back the hands of the dial of time and engraft on the Republic the leading principles of the Southern Confederacy. Thus they would achieve by indirect action what failed of accomplishment by open rebellion, the perpetual subjugation and servitude of a people. The Honorable Alexander H. Stephens, Vice President of the Confederacy, made this historical declaration in a speech delivered at Savannah, Georgia, on the 21st of March, 1861, less than a month before Old Glory was fired on at Fort Sumter. The new Constitution has put at rest forever all the agitating questions relating to our peculiar institution, African slavery, as it exists among us, the proper status of the Negro in our form of civilization. This was the immediate cause of the rupture and present revolution. Jefferson, in his forecast, had anticipated this as the rock upon which the old Union would split. He was right. What was conjecture with him is now a realized fact. But whether he fully comprehended the great truth upon which that great rock stood and stands may be doubted. The prevailing ideas entertained by him and most of the leading statesmen at the time of the formation of the old Constitution were that the enslavement of the African was in violation of the laws of nature, that it was wrong in principle, socially, morally, and politically. It was an evil they knew not well how to deal with. But the general opinion of the men of the day was that, somehow or other, in the order of Providence, the institution would be evanescent and pass away. This idea, though not incorporated in the Constitution, was the prevailing idea at the time. The Constitution, it is true, secured every essential guarantee to the institution while it should last, and hence no argument can be justly used against the constitutional guarantees thus secured because of the common sentiment of the day. These ideas, however, were fundamentally wrong. They rested upon the assumption of the equality of races. This was an error. It was a sandy foundation, and the idea of a government built upon it. When the storm came and the wind blew, it fell. Our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite ideas. Its foundations are laid. Its cornerstone rests upon the truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world, based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth. This truth has been slow in the process of its development, like all other truths in the various departments of science. It has been so even among us. Many who hear me, perhaps, can recollect well that this truth was not generally admitted even in this day. Mr. Stevens emphasizes the statement that the Confederate government was the first in the history of the world to make human slavery its foundation stone. It will probably be the last. He lived to learn, however, that no government in the history of the world ever had such a fitful, transient, and malodorous existence. It died a-borning, in the very throes and agonies of its own travail, and without the pity of a single civilized nation. The Almighty did not permit it to darken the earth or curse humanity with its presence, save as a scourge and punishment to the nation, and to cleanse and purge it of the sin and crime of slavery. When the storm came and the wind blew, it fell, but the government based on the immortal and divine principles of justice and equality for all stood the severest tests and shocks of the greatest war of these ages, and vindicated the principles held by Jefferson and most of the leading statesmen of his time, that the enslavement of the African was in violation of the laws of nature, that it was wrong in principle, socially, morally, and politically. It may also be noted that Mr. Stevens further said of the Southern Confederacy that its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. The principles enunciated by Mr. Stevens are monstrously inhuman. The people of the United States are superior in many things to the people of the Latin republics of South America, but does that give the right to North America to conquer or deport the inhabitants of South America and hold them in slavery, subordination to the superior race, as their natural and normal condition? Some nations in Europe are distinctly superior to other nations, but what nation, arrogating its superiority, would dare to make the attempt to conquer or deport the inhabitants of a weaker country and make slaves of them? Mr. Stevens, however, speaking in 1861, was uttering the exact thoughts and even words that are proclaimed by Southern leaders today on the floors of the Congress, in the halls of legislation, on the lecture platform, sometimes in the pulpit, and frequently in the public press. Truly, some neither learn nor forget. Mr. Lincoln was far wiser than Mr. Stevens. He said, "If slavery is not wrong, then nothing is wrong." And it would seem to follow that if outraging and depressing a man on the ground of color is not wrong, then nothing is wrong. The truth of God, the sentiment of civilization, and the public opinion of the country were with Mr. Lincoln, and because of this, in the Constitution of the United States, it is written, "Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States." All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. There are also guarantees for the right to the writ of habeas corpus, for freedom of speech, for a free press, to keep and bear arms, for a public and speedy trial, to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses, to compulsory process for the attendance of one's own witnesses, to have counsel, to trial by jury, immunity from bill of attainder, from ex post facto laws, from unreasonable searches and seizures, from trial for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment of a grand jury, from being compelled to testify against oneself, from excessive bail, from excessive fines, from cruel or unusual punishment. Not one of these righteous, humane laws is honestly observed in the South with regard to the colored man. There is, on the contrary, a general repudiation of them, and in many essential respects the South is governed by the galvanized corpse of the Southern Confederacy rather than by the Constitution of the United States. It has often been demonstrated that the life of a colored man is not held as sacred in the South as the life of a robin on the Boston Common or a swan on the lakes of Lincoln Park in Chicago. But two vital considerations may apply here, one divine, one human. First, the thunderbolts of God are still hot, and righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne. Second, the American people have shown in their history that when they make up their minds to do a thing, they do it. When they determine to accomplish a result, they will find a way or make it. The particular manner of the cooperation between the divine and the human powers may not be thoroughly understood. The fact of the cooperation, however, human history abundantly illustrates. God's hand can be plainly seen in the history of this republic. There is more than euphony in these words of Holy Writ. Righteousness exalteth a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Sin is not without its wages. Thomas Jefferson wrote, "Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever." The hour came, God's justice did awaken. The country was convulsed and shocked from center to circumference, and the best blood of the nation paid the atonement. The lesson should not be forgotten. The humiliations, outrages, and inhumanities now forced on the colored man, contrary to law, human and divine, are a sin and a reproach to the nation. Public opinion is the remedial agent. It is all potent because the truth and God are behind it. A cloud of witnesses speak from the skies. Some of these were workmen who laid the keel and were on the deck at the launching of the ship of state. Others were at quarters on guard and at the wheel through all the trying ordeals and the perilous voyages of a century and a quarter. The voices of the most eminent men and women now living are also heard with no uncertain sound. They plead for righteousness, for justice, for humanity, and in the name of God. Fundamentally, a nation is wise in so far as it is righteous. It is strong and powerful in so far as it is just. It is safe and invincible in so far as it has the favor of the God of battles. From the depth of hearts, warmed with the fire of liberty and with love for their country, faith in humanity, and abiding confidence in the Almighty and righteous ruler of the universe, the illustrious fathers and the glorious sons of the Republic speak out. Will the South give ear? Will the nation take heed? Hear them. Thomas Jefferson says, "And with what execration should the statesman be loaded, who, permitting one half the citizens thus to trample on the rights of the other, transforms those into despots and these into enemies, destroys the morale of the one part and the amor patrii of the other? And can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are the gift of God, that they are not to be violated but with his wrath?" Mr. Bancroft, writing of Mr. Jefferson, says the heart of Jefferson in writing the Declaration and of Congress in adopting it beat for all humanity. The assertion of right was made for all mankind and all coming generations without any exception whatever, for the proposition which admits of exceptions can never be self-evident. The last public act of Benjamin Franklin was the signing and presentation of a memorial to Congress as president of the Pennsylvania Abolition Society, in which these words occur, that mankind are all formed by the same almighty being, alike objects of his care, and equally designed for the enjoyment of happiness. The Christian religion teaches us to believe, and the political creed of Americans fully coincides with the position. They have observed with real satisfaction that many important and salutary powers are vested in you for promoting the welfare and securing the blessings of liberty to the people of the United States. And as they conceive that these blessings ought rightfully to be administered without distinction as to color to all descriptions of people, so they indulge themselves in the pleasing expectations that nothing which can be done for the relief of the unhappy objects of their care will be omitted or delayed. From the persuasion that equal liberty was originally the position and is still the birthright of all men, and influenced by the strong ties of humanity and the principles of their institutions, your memorialists conceive themselves bound to promote a general enjoyment of the blessings of freedom. To General Lafayette, who denounced slavery as a crime blacker than any African's face and labored for its abolition, George Washington wrote, "Would to God a like spirit might diffuse itself generally into the minds of the people of this country." Washington also declared that the propitious smiles of heaven could never be expected on a nation that disregards the eternal rules of order and right. The Honorable Henry Laurens of South Carolina, President of the Continental Congress, Minister to Holland, and Commissioner with Franklin and Jay to negotiate peace with Great Britain, left on record these emphatic words, "I'm not one of those who arrogate the peculiar care of Providence in each fortunate event, nor one of those who dare trust in Providence for defense and security of their own liberty, while they enslave and wish to continue in slavery thousands who are as well entitled to freedom as themselves." The Reverend Isaac Backus of Massachusetts says, "The American Revolution was built upon the principle that all men are born with an equal right to liberty and property." The voices of George Mason of Virginia and Livingston of New York, Gadsden of South Carolina, and the Adamses of Massachusetts, Alexander Hamilton of New York, and John Tyler of Virginia, Roger Sherman of Connecticut, and Luther Martin of Maryland, Joshua Atherton of New Hampshire, and George Tucker of Virginia, Rufus King of Massachusetts, and Edmund Randolph of Virginia, and a host of others. These all express the sentiment of liberty and humanity. Of special significance are the declarations of the Honorable John Jay, the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, and thus the first final authority in interpreting the Constitution and laws under it. He says, "I believe that God governs the world, and I believe it to be a maxim in his, as in our court, that those who ask for equity ought to do it." And again, "Till America comes into this measure, her prayers to heaven for liberty will be impious, and further to contend for our own liberty and to deny that blessing to others involves an inconsistency not to be excused." What act of public or private justice and philanthropy can occasion more pleasing emotions in the breast of Christians, or be more agreeable to him who shed his blood for the redemption of men, than such as tend to restore the oppressed to their natural rights, and to raise unfortunate members of the same great family with ourselves from the abject situation of beasts of burden, bought and sold and worked for the benefit and at the pleasure of persons who were not created more free, more rational, more immortal, nor with more extensive rights and privileges than they were. Concerning the discordant note of Chief Justice Taney, which was the embodiment of the slaveholder's idea that the Negro had no rights, which the white man was bound to respect, Mr. George Livermore, in his historical research, says, "It shocked the moral sentiment of our own community and excited the indignant rebuke of some of the most eminent jurists and statesmen of Europe, who declared the sentiments to be so execrable as to be almost incredible." The Honorable George Bancroft says he has not only denied the rights of manhood, the liberties of mankind, but has not left a foothold for the liberty of the white man to rest upon. No nation can adopt that judgment as its rule and live. The judgment has in it no element of political vitality. If black men can be put into practical slavery or be oppressed, the same kind of power can force white men into practical slavery or under the rod of oppression. Fleecy locks and dark complexions do not alter nature's claim. Skins may differ, but affections dwell in black and white the same. This idea of Justice Taney, however, is the central idea in the plan of campaign of Southern leaders, and this accounts for the Jim Crow laws and the Jim Crowism which disgraces the South and is the shame of the nation. A press dispatch recently reports Thomas Grades, a well-dressed Negro, is more familiar today with the Jim Crow laws of Virginia than he was when he left New York. He was dragged from a train at Alexandria and taken to the station house, where he said he was unfamiliar with the law, and on payment of $10 collateral for his appearance was released. Grades had traveled from New York in comfortable fashion, but at the Virginia end of the Long Bridge, the conductor requested him to go forward to the little pen set aside for Negroes. He refused, and at Alexandria the entire force was employed to drag him from the car. After depositing the $10, he proceeded on his journey in the Jim Crow pen. Is this civilization? Is it Christianity? Is it not barbarous? Yet every colored person, regardless of the excellence of his inner life or outward behavior, whatever his talents, possessions, or high standing in the Republic, is subject to these barbarous laws of the South. A colored woman or a schoolgirl is treated the same way. In every case, first-class fare is demanded and paid, and Jim Crow accommodations are forced on them. Sad indeed that the ineffable meanness of it does not appeal to the higher sense of justice, the spirit of humanity, or the Christian ethics of the white people of the South. A colored man travels from the city of Washington, the nation's capital, to the Pacific coast. The time required is about 5 days, and the distance is over 3,000 miles. He may be a high official of the government, dispatched on public business. The train stops at various places for breakfast, for dinner, for lunch, and for supper. Every person on board of the train, except a colored person, can freely buy refreshments or meals. But no colored person, not even the Register of the Treasury of the United States, who is a colored man, can cross the threshold of a single dining room, or even slake his thirst with a cup of coffee, or munch a sandwich at a lunch counter. And yet it is written in the Holy Scriptures, and whosoever shall give to drink unto one of these little ones a cup of cold water only in the name of a disciple, verily I say unto you, he shall not lose his reward. Inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me. The colored man, government official, minister, or bishop of a great denomination, with money in his pockets, cannot buy food and drink to refresh his body. Not in all civilization outside the boundary of the South is such a condition possible, nor even among semi-civilized people, and hardly among the savages. The Negro has no right which the white man, that is, the Southern white man, is bound to respect. The harsh and discordant words of Chief Justice Taney may, however, serve to emphasize the strength of the spirit of liberty in the American heart. That spirit has survived every assault and is the abiding heritage of the American people. But the sons of the Republic, like the fathers, also speak for liberty and humanity. President Garfield said, and this thing we will remember our allies who fought with us. Soon after the struggle began, we looked behind the army of white rebels and saw 4 millions of black people condemned to toil as slaves for our enemies, and we found that the hearts of these 4 millions were God-inspired with the spirit of liberty, and that they were our friends. We have seen white men betray the flag, but in all that long, dreary war, we never saw a traitor in a black skin. Our prisoners escaping from the starvation of prisons, fleeing to our lines by the light of the North Star, never feared to enter the black man's cabin and ask for bread. In all that period of suffering and danger, no Union soldier was ever betrayed by a black man or woman. And now that we have made them free, so long as we live, we will stand by these black allies. We will stand by them until the sun of liberty, fixed in the firmament of our Constitution, shall shine with equal ray upon every man, black or white, throughout the Union. General Sherman said the South went out of the Union. It came back with 5/5 voting power based on the Negro population, and it is not fair, it is not just, it is not honorable for the South to suppress the Negro vote. Mr. Blaine said no human right on this continent is more completely guaranteed than the right against disfranchisement on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude as embodied in the 15th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. And he further says without the right of citizenship, the Negro's freedom, could be maintained only in name, and without the elective franchise, his citizenship would have no legitimate and no authoritative protection. General Grant in his memoirs said 4 millions of human beings held as chattels have been liberated. The ballot has been given to them. The free schools of the country have been opened to their children. The nation still lives, and the people are just as free to avoid social intimacy with the blacks as ever they were, or as they are with white people. President Benjamin Harrison said, as long as free suffrage shall be held by our people to be a jewel above price, as long as each for himself shall claim its free exercise and shall generously and manfully insist upon an equally free exercise of it by every other man, our government will be preserved and our development will not find its climax until the purpose of God in establishing this government shall have spread throughout the world, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And with the voices of these sons of the Republic are heard the voices of Logan, John Sherman, Stanton, Chase, Sheridan, Longfellow, Whittier, Joshua R. Giddings, McKinley, and a mighty host of others, a glorious company speaking as it were from the skies to the American people. The vast body of the American people today think the same thoughts and would say the same words, and their voice is the voice of God speaking through the human heart. Public opinion is omnipotent. Let it speak in thunder tones. Its commanding voice will be heard, respected, and obeyed. It will prevail because it carries with it the grandeur of noble conviction, the majesty of the truth, the sovereignty of the right, and the power and determination of execution. Kipling's recessional, penned in the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the reign of Victoria, the most gracious queen and sovereign of our world empire, in essentials perhaps the most illustrious ruler the world has ever seen, embodies at once the hopes, doubts, vanities, and fears, the struggles, triumphs, and prayers of a people. It points the way to greatness and glory because it points the way to the mind of God. Its lesson cannot fail to impress the American heart. God of our fathers, known of old, Lord of our far-flung battle line, beneath whose awful hand we hold dominion over palm and pine, Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. The tumult and the shouting dies, the captains and the kings depart, still stands thine ancient sacrifice, and humble and a contrite heart. Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. Far called, our navies melt away, on dune and headland sinks the fire. Lo, all our pomp of yesterday is one with Nineveh and Tyre. Judge of the nations, spare us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. If drunk with sight of power, we loose wild tongues that have not thee in awe, such boasting as the Gentiles use, or lesser breeds without the law. Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. For heathen heart that puts her trust in reeking tube and iron shard, all valiant dust that builds on dust, and guarding calls not thee to guard, for frantic boast and foolish word, thy mercy on thy people, Lord. Amen. End of section 20. End of Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair.